Universitas Trisakti merupakan salah satu universitas swasta yang terkenal dan terfavorit di Indonesia yang terletak di Grogol, Jakarta Barat. Saat ini Universitas Trisakti memiliki 45 program studi yang tersebar dalam 9 fakultas, 6 program diploma, 23 program sarjana, 12 program magister, 2 program doktor, 1 program spesialis, dan 1 program profesi yang tersebar di berbagai lokasi. Di dalam kampus A ini terdapat 7 fakultas, yakni Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan, Fakultas Teknologi Kebumian dan Energi, Fakultas Teknologi Industri, Fakultas Arsitektur Lanskap dan Teknologi Lingkungan, dan Fakultas Seni Rupa dan Desain. Selain kampus A, Universitas Trisakti memiliki kampus B di Jalan Kiai Tapa, Grogol, Jakarta Barat. Di kawasan kampus B, Universitas Trisakti terdapat Fakultas Kedokteran dan Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi. Semua fakultas telah terakreditasi dan didukung oleh berbagai fasilitas yang lengkap dan komplit, sehingga menunjang proses perkuliahan yang komprehensif dan paripurna. Universitas Trisakti sangat fokus dan konsisten dalam bidang pendidikan. Didukung dosen yang memiliki kompetensi di bidangnya, tergambar dari dukungan puluhan guru besar dan doktor, serta tenaga pengajar yang hampir seluruhnya memiliki jenjang akademik magister atau S2 dan doktor atau S3, dan lebih dari 50% dosen memiliki sertifikasi keahlian. 100.000 lebih alumni dari berbagai fakultas di Universitas Trisakti tersebar di berbagai bidang profesi, baik pada institusi pemerintah, swasta, serta dunia usaha, baik di Indonesia maupun di mancanegara. Keberadaan alumni juga membuka akses dan kesempatan bagi mahasiswa dan alumni baru meraih masa depan gemilang.
Amidst the bustling heart of Kuala Lumpur lies an academic powerhouse with more than 5 decades of education excellence, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, TAR-UC. Being one of the oldest and prestigious institutions of higher learning in Malaysia, TAR-UC prides itself on its rich history and sterling academic excellence that has distinguished TAR-UC as the institution of choice in the country. TAR-UC's main campus in Kuala Lumpur is a full-fledged campus that is strikingly unique with its blend of historical landmarks, modern structures, and verdant greenery housed in a 171-acre land. Equipped with comprehensive facilities and amenities, the campus provides a perfect learning environment for any student. TAR-UC has also established its presence in 5 other states in Malaysia, namely Penang, Perak, Johor, Pahang, and Sabah. Our standing as a reputable institute of higher learning in Malaysia earned this institution many recognitions, including the Premier Digital Tech Institution and the latest star of 5-star rating. All of TAR-UC's programs are also carefully curated and constantly updated to be industry relevant and entrepreneurship focused. University-industry partnership is the main thrust of our R&D initiatives, where these initiatives allow us to work with the industries to spearhead technological innovation while addressing operational efficiency and improvement. TAR-UC's academic strength extends beyond national borders, where our students are enriched and empowered through global experience. At the same time, student exchange programs via our international partnerships have attracted numerous students from all corners of the world. progress and expansion has never steered TAR UC away from its true purpose, which is to provide quality and affordable education. Throughout the years, TAR UC has set up various financial aid options, giving deserving but underprivileged students the chance to attain a better quality of life. Lifelong bond beyond graduation is what best describes the strong bond and active engagement TAR UC has established with its alumni. As a result, the institution's alumni have been active in contributing towards the development of their alma mater to ensure many more Malaysians will benefit beyond education at TAR UC. Being one of the oldest and prestigious institutions of higher learning in Malaysia, TAR UC prides itself on its rich history and sterling academic excellence that has distinguished TAR UC as the institution of choice in the country.
Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa is located in the special province of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It was established by Ki Hajar Dewantoro on 15 November 1955. He was the founding father of Taman Siswa and also the first Minister of National Education of the Republic of Indonesia. UST is currently led by Ki Professor Dr. Andes Haji Pardimin MPD, PhD.
Selamat datang di Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta, universitas yang melahirkan generasi unggul.
UST has a great vision to be one of leading Asian universities in 2025 based on Taman Siswa principles. UST has enhanced the three pillars of higher education known as Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi into four pillars called Catur Dharma by adding the preservation and development of culture to its original pillars of higher education. UST manages 5 faculties and 1 graduate program with the accreditation A, Unggul, and B. UST is supported by professional lecturers committed to providing quality education. Local students are from 33 provinces in Indonesia. UST also has overseas students from Asian and Middle East countries. UST offers scholarships and grants for local and international students. Our students win local, national, and international competitions. Students are prepared to complete their study on time. In research, UST has achieved Utama level and for community service has also achieved level of Sangat Baik or Very Good. UST has also collaborated with many local and foreign institutions to preserve and develop culture. UST keeps expanding the mutual partnerships with local and foreign institutions. Let's achieve your bright future career with Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa. Salam, tertib, damai, dan bahagia.
Welcome to Hasanuddin University. Hasanuddin University is one of the best universities in Indonesia. Supported by modern facilities and information technology infrastructures. Facility of e-library is provided with various online international journals and e-books. Hasanuddin University Hospital is one of the best hospital in the region. Not a few alumni work there. Established dental and oral hospital, Hasanuddin University Dental and Oral Hospital as a place for students of Faculty of Dentistry to practice their clinical skills. Yusuf Kala Center of Technology is a place for students of Faculty of Engineering to improve their skill by utilizing the advanced laboratory equipments. Hasanuddin University Teaching Industry is a center of excellence for downstreaming and commercialization of innovation that produced by academicians. From here, we support entrepreneurship capacity of students and academicians. One product from teaching industry is chocolate that has been delivered in the market. Hasanuddin University manages several centers of excellences to perform the university contribution for country and world development program. Maiwa Breeding Center is one of Hasanuddin University's Center of Excellences. It is a center for fattening, breeding, and also producing good quality of cow straw. Faculty of Veterinary Unit Business processes the beef from Maiwa Breeding Center to be various food products such as meatball and nuggets. Hasanuddin University affirmed its commitment as a humanuniversity in response to various humanitarian challenges and natural disaster experienced in Indonesia and around the world. Hasanuddin University community is sincerely delighted to serve and solve the nation problem. In order to provide education for all, Hasanuddin University provides scholarship for poor students and disaster victims. Hasanuddin University is the best resources for developing excellent future leaders that are competitive and character-based. With Hasanuddin University, your goal can be achieved successfully.
Hello everyone, good morning. Before starting this conference, allow me to inform the rules of attending this conference. For paper presenters, please type the names when registering with the format as follows: Zoom room, dash paper ID, dash name. For participants, please type institution, dash name. You may write the questions when Q&A session in a chat room. Participant and paper presenters may fulfill the attendance form on the second plenary session through the link that we share in the chat room. Please fill the plenary session evaluation form that we share in the chat room in order to acquire the certificate as participants. Participants are required to turn off the microphone while the plenary session is running. Please join the parallel session 15 minutes before. Its presenter is given 8 minutes maximum to present the result of the research. Q&A session will be held after all presenters present. During the presentation, please open the camera and turn off the microphone. After the parallel session finishes, the participants, moderator, and speakers join the photo session. If you need an assistance, please contact our committee. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the International Conference on Applied Science, Technology and Engineering, ICASTE, and the International Conference on Economics, Business, Social, and Humanities, ICASTE, March 23, 24, 2022. Warmest greetings from Jakarta. I do hope everybody is in a good health and safety. We are very grateful to have all of you, even though we still meet online. Keep our spirit to create something extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paula. It's my pleasure to be hosting today's agenda. This conference is organized by Universitas Tarumanagara, Jakarta, Indonesia, and co-organizers, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Taryusi, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Universitas Trisakti, Jakarta, Indonesia, Universitas Hasanuddin, Makassar, Indonesia, and Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and our sponsor by Tarsan Photo and Bintang 7. We would like to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation for all co-organizers, sponsors, presenters, and participants from Japan, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, China, Philippines, Taiwan, Belgium, India, and Indonesia are joining this conference with 482 papers from 97 institutions. And also for all committee, thank you very much for your hard work. Our honorable guest, Professor Insinyur Dr. Lee Sewei, President of Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Malaysia, Dr. Astri Rinanti MT, Director of Research Institute, Universitas Trisakti, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasrum Masih, PhD, SPMK, Vice Rector on Research, Innovation, and Partnership, Universitas Hasanuddin, Associate Professor Yuyun Yulia, PhD, Vice Rector on Partnership, Universitas Sarjana Wiyata, Taman Siswa. And our speaker, Sebastian Bull, PhD, University of Sydney, Professor Dr. Kyoko Kanki, Kyoto University, Professor Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Sapwan Salid, University Putra, Malaysia, Associate Professor Insinyur Yap Chibeng, PhD, Universitas Tarumanagara, and our moderator, Associate Professor Dr. Monty P. Satyadharma, Professor Dr. Insinyur Agustinus Purna Irawan, IPU Asian Eng, Rector of Universitas Tarumanagara, Dr. Eng Titin Fatima ST, M. Ing, as a committee chair, all directors, deans, faculty members, and students, all presenters, and participants. First of all, I would like to ask you, singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and our March Tarumanagara.
Indonesia, bangsa pemuda-pemudi semua, Universitas Tarumanagara, bersatu padu kita bersama membela nama Tarumanagara. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya. Bangunlah, bangun Tarumanagara, tanah air memanggil kita, menuntut ilmu, mencapai cita, untuk negara kita bekerja. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya. Bekerjalah jujur dan ikhlas, berjiwalah luhur dan setia, bersatu padu mencapai negara adil, makmur dan bahagia. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray for a moment to our nation and to this conference. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a welcoming greetings, some students from an intercurricular unit of Faculty of Psychology, namely Padma Nagara, will perform 3 variants of traditional dances: Rantak Kipas dance from Kalimantan, Piring dance from West Sumatra, and Tokeling dance, Tokecang and Cincangkeling from West Java. Please welcome Padma Nagara. Wow, give a big applause to our students. Hey, it's wonderful. Thank you very much once again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to hear our committee chair to deliver her report. Please, Dr. Titin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to say welcome to the International Conference on Applied Science and Engineering, ICASTE, and International Conference on Economic, Business, Social and Humanities, ICEBSH 2022. After several months of preparations, finally, we meet at today's conference. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, for the second time, like the last year event, this international conference is held in hybrid mode, online for all participants and offline from Untar Campus, Jakarta, attended by a limited number of the committee. The ICASTE and ICEBSH 2022 are organized by the Institute of Research and Community Engagement, Universitas Tarumanagara, co-organized by Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Malaysia, Universitas Trisakti, Jakarta, Universitas Hasanuddin Makassar, and Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Thank you very much for the great collaborations. These conferences are also supported by AIP Publishing and Atlantis Press for conference proceedings publication. There are total 141 papers accepted for presentation at ICASTE and 344 papers accepted for presentation at ICEBSH. Thank you very much for this big enthusiasm from all the participants. This conference aims to collect a variety of positive thoughts and on related topics. Hopefully, it will be a forum for practitioners, government, academicians, and experts to share and exchange their ideas, thoughts, and experiences. We hope this conference can give participants the opportunity to contribute valuable ideas as well as strengthen the networks among participants from different places, background, and interests. Many efforts have been made in various fields to face the challenges of climate change. Related to the planning sector, therefore, a strategy is needed to realize sustainable planning, including the natural environment and human living. Based on these thoughts, the committee chose the theme for ICASTE, Sustainable Planning for Natural Environment and Human Living to Face the Challenges of Climate Change. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic that has hit the world since the end of 2019 has brought many impacts on human life, including the advancement of technology utilizations. Information and communication technology, ICT, has become a basic need in daily life. ICT is widely used to facilitate human life, one of which is to help improve human competence. Based on these thoughts, the community decided to put the theme for ICEBSH, the usage of information and communication technology, ICT, in developing the competent human resources. We would like to express our gratitude to all individuals and organizations such as the member of the International Editorial Board, the conference organizers, the reviewers, and the authors for their contribution to this conference. Without their contribution, this conference would never been realized. Our special thanks goes to our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Kyoko Kanki from Kyoto University, Japan, and Sebastian Buell, PhD from the University of Sydney, Australia, as well as our plenary speakers, Professor Insinyur Dr. Moh Sapuan Salid from University Putra Malaysia, and Associate Professor Insinyur Yap Chibeng, MMSI, PhD from Universitas Tarumanagara. Finally, we are very thankful to the Foundation of Tarumanagara, Rector of Universitas Tarumanagara, Vice Rectors, Directors of the Institute, Dean, Head of Schools, Faculties member of Universitas Tarumanagara for their endless support to make this conference happen. For all the conference participants, we truly appreciate your participation and support for the conference. We hope that you will gather many experiences and benefit from this event. Finally, we wish you a nice day and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Titin. For the second, I would like to invite Associate Professor Insinyur Yap Chibeng, PhD, as the Director of the Institute of Research and Community Engagement, Universitas Tarumanagara. Please welcome.
Good morning to ladies and gentlemen. Greetings. Firstly, I would like to thank Chairman of Tarumanagara Foundations, Rector of Universitas Tarumanagara, Vice Rector, Director of the Institute, Dean, Head of Schools, faculty members of Universitas Tarumanagara, distinguished guests, presenters, participants, and the conference committee. Also, I would like to thank the distinguished co-hosts from Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Research Institute, Universitas Trisakti, Vice Rector on Research, Innovation and Partnership, Universitas Hasanuddin, and Vice Rector on Partnership, Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa. Welcome to the second International Conference on Applied Science, Technology, and Engineering 2020, and International Conference on Economics, Business, Socials, and Humanities 2022. For the past 2 years, we have been experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic. The new technology, especially in the field of information technology, is a key factor that we need to focus on to creatively and collectively expand our knowledge to be able to progress and in some cases to survive with these uneasy situations. We have witnessed in many instances that we can still maintain our growth in economics. The conferences is intended to be an exchange and dissemination activity for academics. From last year, we are able to facilitate collaboration in engaging the new opportunity for academics and society development. This conference is the product of collaborations between Universitas Tarumanagara Indonesia, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College Malaysia, Universitas Trisakti Indonesia, Universitas Hasanuddin Indonesia, and Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa Indonesia. We thank you all for this great collaborations. The presenters of ICASTE in ICEBSH came from 61 institutions in 7 countries. We would like to welcome the presenters and participants from the 7 countries, namely Belgium, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, Taiwan, Timor-Leste, China. Thanks for all participants of these conferences. We would like also to thank the appreciation Professor Dr. Kiyoko Kanki from Kyoto University as the keynote speaker of this conference, and also Dr. Sebastian Bull from the University of Sydney as the keynote speaker as well. We would also very glad to have Professor Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Sapuan Salid from the University Putra Malaysia as the plenary speaker. We thank all the participants and encourage the willingness of all participants to collaborate with each other. In conclusion, allow me to thank the Tarumanagara Foundation, rector and faculties member of Universitas Tarumanagara for all the support for these conferences. We also thank the committee of this conference, Dr. Eng Titin Fatima and colleagues who have worked hard to ensure the success of this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pak Yapchibeng. Okay, now finally we have Professor Dr. Insinyur Agustinus Purnairawan, IPU Asian Eng, as the rector of Universitas Tarumanagara, will deliver some words.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very delighted to welcome all of you on the International Conference on Applied Science, Technology and Engineering, ICASTE, and International Conference on Economics, Business, Social and Humanities, ICEBSH 2022. For the last few years, our conferences have been held with a completely different way due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We witnessed the difficulties of dealing with the preparation and organization of the conference. Last but not least, I am also greatly thankful to the Institute of Research and Community Engagement of Universitas Tarumanagara, especially the organizing committee for their hard work, dedication, and commitment, making these conferences successfully possible. Wishing all of you wonderful and fruitful conferences ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. And for opening this conference, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Agustinus Purnairawan to head a gong, accompanied by Dr. Titin Fatima, Insinyur Yapchibeng, and all committee. Please come forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that ICASTE and ICEBSH 2022 officially open.
Give a big applause for opening this conference. And please open your camera, all of you, and we are going to take a picture together for a memorable event. All committee, please join for photo session. very much once again for all of you. We have a photo that's very good, I think. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before starting the first plenary session, we would like to take you a walk around to Untar campus virtually. Please enjoy.
Welcome to Universitas Tarumanagara. Strategically located in Western Jakarta, Universitas Tarumanagara is accredited and has 8 faculties with 29 study programs. This is the main entrance to Campus 1, Legend S. Paman Street. Kindly welcomed by our staffs implementing health protocols. Naturally lush campus environment, ensuring a comfortable setting for social interactions. Main building. The rectorate is located on the 5th floor. Accredited library equipped with internet access provides extensive selections of books and journals located on the 6th to the 9th floor. Cinema room as an entertainment facility. System Information and Database Institute is located on the 10th floor. This 21-story building houses a staggered seating auditorium on the 3rd floor and a grand ballroom on the 21st floor. Faculty of Communications is located in the 11th and 12th floor. Features well-equipped classrooms, lecture rooms, and laboratories. M Building. The ground floor features the Integrated Service Center that provides academic services, financial services, new student admissions, and a polyclinic. The 2nd floor facilitates room for student organizations. Students gather and discuss here to collaborate, presenting achievements. The Faculty of Law is located on the 3rd floor, features well-equipped classrooms, lecturer rooms, and laboratories. The auditorium and Grahaswara are located on the 8th floor, the highest level of M Building. Equipped with 500 seats, the hall is used for seminars, conferences, religious events, and other activities. With a capacity of 300 seats, the Grahaswara is used for musical, choir, and theatrical events. P Building, the food court, also known as Cantina, is located on the ground floor. This food court received the National Healthy Canteen Award from the Ministry of Health in 2018. Business facilities, mini-markets, cafes, restaurants, banks, and ATMs support the dynamic environment of this campus. Spacious parking spaces for both cars and motorcycles are available on basement level through level 8. Sports hall and fitness center are located on the 8th floor, accessible to students, staff, and lecturers interested in sport activities. L&J Building. Home to the Faculty of Engineering and the Faculty of Medicine, these buildings are equipped with internationally accredited laboratories and other facilities to support learning activities. K Building. The location of the Faculty of Arts and Design, the building features art galleries and exhibition rooms with other supporting facilities. R Building. Home to the Faculty of Psychology and Faculty of Information Technology, this building is equipped with classrooms, consultation rooms, and state-of-the-art laboratories to support learning activities. Campus 2. Situated across Campus 1 on Tanjung Duren Utara Street, this campus consists of 3 buildings. Building A, B, and C are the location of the Faculty of Economics and Business and are equipped with advanced facilities. Universitas Tarumanagara is guided by integrity, professionalism, and entrepreneurship values.
Untar selalu di hati.
Untar selalu di hati.
Yeah, that's it, our campus. Okay, now we have a plenary session. For this session, we'll be divided into 2 segments. The first segment will be held before lunchtime, and the second will be running after lunchtime. And the topic must be interesting and trending to listen. Now we are going to the first plenary session that we have 2 speakers. Sebastian Bull, PhD from University of Sydney, and Professor Dr. Kyoko Kanki from Kyoto University. And the session will be moderated by Dr. Monty P. Satyadharma, Master in Art Therapy, Master in Family Therapy, Doctor in Hypnotherapy. He is one of the founders and former Dean of the Faculty of Psychology and the former Rector of Universitas Tarumanagara as well. Currently, he is a member of Board of Directors on International Academic Forum. Please welcome Dr. Monty, who will lead this session until 12 o'clock, include Q&A. For Q&A, you may write the questions in the chat room. Dr. Monty, time is yours.
Am I still muted here?
Yes.
Paula?
Yes, now it's yours.
Okay, well, thank you, Paula, again.
You're welcome.
And on behalf of Tarumanagara, I would like to welcome you all during these 2 presentations of Dr. Sebastian Bull and Professor Dr. Kanki. The first presenter is Dr. Sebastian Bull. He got his PhD in Informative Systems from the University of New South Wales, Australia, and Master of Arts in Information Systems from the Saarland University in Germany. He is currently the Director for Business and Labor History Group, and as well as active member in the DDRG, which is a Digital Disruption Research Group. Dr. Bull, I will call him later on as Sebastian, has written articles in international publication and obtained awards, including the Best Conference Themes paper at the International Conference on Information System. Dr. Bull, Sebastian, will present about the system thinking, the cause and effect and complex methods in the system influencing the social side of the information technology. Sebastian, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Monty.
Yeah.
I hope you guys can hear me all right and you can see my slides.
Yes, clear.
Wonderful. My presentation today is going through 3 main topics, or three bigger parts of my presentation today. But first, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys today and to give a little bit of a presentation of my work, but also of the research area that I'm involved in. So the talk today will first look at information and communication technology. Then I go into the idea of wicked problems and how system thinking can help us address and understand wicked problems better. And then I will be talking about some historical dimensions when we do research, some historical research, as you heard. I'm also director of the Labour History Group at the University of Sydney. So information and communication technology. But first, let's think about what's information technology. And I'm sure you guys understand the computer that you might be sitting in front of at the moment is information technology. But when we speak of information and communication technology, we're also talking about communication devices such as phones. We are also talking about mainframe systems that hold all the information that is stored in the cloud. This is the kind of computers in which you would have all this information that you have on the cloud that you then access through your different devices. And of course, we're talking about things such as mobile phones. So this is the broad range of information technology that we all interact with on a daily basis, that we use on a daily basis in order to manage our regular life, in order to organize when we have to be where, in order to meet people and so on. But a little bit of my research is done also on the conception of information. So that's the idea is we talk about information all the time, but really what do we mean when we talk about information? What is information? So I did a lot of my research a few years ago on the conceptions of information and how different academics and practitioners talk about information. So think about it. If you're a software engineer and you speak of information, you possibly speak of something else than if you're a system analyst who is organizing workflows in an organization, who's organizing what work is done by whom and where in an organization. Yet again, if you work in system implementation and you deal with users and possibly in this case, user frustrations, when you implement new systems, information for you is again, something else. It's related to how the users make sense of the world, how they can use technology to better achieve what they want to do in their daily life, in their daily work. And again, if you think about a social media officer, maybe for them information is again something else that is related to a broader social context within which things go viral, within which things become important. So everybody here is talking about information in the daily life, but what they are referring to is quite different. A software engineer may mean code. A system analyst may mean workflows. Somebody in system implementation may mean user interest. A social media officer may mean something that creates engagement. So what does the academic literature then say about information and conceptions of information? Now, I distinguish 4 broad perspectives, how people talk about information, or how they say what they think information is. And the first one is a physical stance. So informations are ones and zeros that are stored on something like this hard drive. So the idea is that we can measure information quite physically. We can say this is magnetized, non-magnetized. There's voltage stored, voltage not stored. There's a small hole in a compact disc or not. So we can measure information and quantify it in very physical terms as one and zeros, as bits and bytes. Now others would say like, this is nice if you're an engineer and you have to build a new hard disk, or if you want to build a new computer. But if you're talking to people and if you're talking about knowledge in an academic context, we should talk about information much more from a perspective of facts about knowledge. So information is then something that we know about the world. And the more we know about the world, the more information we have. So as in this quote here, a weekday edition of the New York Times contains more information than the average person was likely to come across in a lifetime in 7th century England. So the idea is the amount of facts, the amount of knowledge that we are exposed to is increasing dramatically. So we have more and more information because we have more and more facts. Now, as I said, I distinguish 4 different perspectives. So the other perspectives take a much more human-centric, a much more a social conception of information. And the first one is a subject-centered stance. And that really emphasizes that information is only something you can understand. If somebody gives you a number or some text and you don't understand what this text means, maybe because you can't read, maybe because you don't know what the number refers to, maybe because you don't know what the text refers to, then it cannot be information to you. So information really is only things that people comprehend, that people understand, that makes sense for them. So information is no longer something that is out there, stored in a library, but information is something that happens in here. You have information in your head because you understand something. And the more you understand, the more information you have. It doesn't matter how many things are written in books. What only matters is how much you can actually understand and comprehend. But then some academics will point out, look, that's all nice and fine, but what you can understand and comprehend will depend to a large degree on the socialization context, on the training that you have. Think about a lawyer or a doctor, and they look at the same document, and a lawyer gets very different information from the document than a doctor gets from the document. So really information is something that requires a shared worldview from different people in order to agree this is information in a legal sense, or this is information in a medical sense that helps us to better treat a patient. So really information is only possible within a wider social context in which we agree that certain things are important to us. Now, that's the concept of information, which can be quite complex once you think about how different academics perceive it and how it's used differently in practice. And now let's look at the concept of communication. And I focus here on communication within an organization, given my background in the business school. So when we think about communication, we often can conceptualize organizations in a structure as in this organizational chart. So you have a specific hierarchical structure within an organization that could be arranged around different units in the organization that have divisions under them. Now, what you have here is then downward communication, where management and leadership in an organization sets strategies, provides objectives and visions for the rest of the organization. So it's really communication that's going down in an organization, setting targets and aims for different managers, for different departments, for different employees. But at the same time, these targets, these performance indicators and so on, have to be matched with an upward communication. So upward communication then could give, for example, management the idea, okay, are we tracking well? Are we developing enough products? How is our market share growing or not? So upward communication is often done by accountants in organizations, and it's often done, and more it's done on a quantitative basis. So communication organizations is downward, upward. But to make things a little bit more complex, we also have something called lateral communication in organizations, and that is going across different units. For example, when you think about business processes, in business processes, we mean things that an organization has to do in order to achieve a goal. Say you want to buy raw materials in order to manufacture a product. If you want to buy raw materials, you need to understand from whom can we source these raw materials, what's the price offered by different vendors. When the raw materials arrive, we need to make sure that it is actually what we have ordered. It's the right quality, it's the right quantity. Then we need to make sure that we pay for these products. And all of these people that are involved in this, sitting across different parts in the university, they may be in accounting, they may be in logistics, they may be in warehouse, they may be in manufacturing, and they all need to talk to each other as part of such business processes. And that's the lateral communication that's going on in organizations. And we've seen dramatic changes in lateral communications through the introduction of enterprise social media. So, and that's some of the complexities that we see when we talk about information and communication technology, and we want to understand what information and communication technology are doing to organizations, is to understand that different things are information for different people, and communication can be done in a various ways in organizations. And I make the argument today that system thinking can really be a useful tool for thinking about how information and communication technologies are used in organizations, how they can be used, and how they are changing organizations. And system thinking is really useful then to address what we call wicked problems. So here's a good example of system thinking with these people sitting in a boat, and they say like, sure glad the hole isn't at our end. So you can see they don't understand the boat as a system where when the boat sinks, they sink as well. but I think it's the problem of the people at the other end of the boat. So that's clearly not system thinking that they are able to apply because they don't see themselves as part of a system. So now, what is system thinking and how is it different from the common scientific methods that we are applying as academics regularly in our research? Now, a very easy example here is obesity. Now, obesity, if you apply linear analytic thinking, is very, very simple. Obesity is the result of getting more calories into an organism than the organism is burning. If you eat more calories than you're using, then over time you create obesity because you gain weight. And that's a very simplistic view of what's actually going on when we want to understand obesity. So, and that's the idea of system thinking. If we want to think about obesity from a system thinking perspective, if we want to understand obesity as a wicked problem that's not just a matter of calories in versus calories out, we have to think in terms of the systems within which obesity is occurring. And in this case, we can start with the inner circle here, which is the individual. The individual has certain attitudes, has certain skills, has certain lifestyles, has a certain biology, has a certain genetic background. And this background and this biology will influence how likely you are to become obese or not. So there's people with high metabolisms and people with low metabolisms, for example. But the individual is situated within a wider social environment, within a specific social environment that influences how the individual sees himself. In this case, family, friends, and peers. So if your family thinks it's really good to have fried food every night and don't eat vegetables, that will influence the individual and what they're eating and what they're doing. So the individual is located within this wider social network. Then there is this physical environment within which the individual and the social network operate. For example, what are the possibilities of healthy food and vegetables in the neighborhood in which you are living? What food is offered to you? What's the school doing? How schools are operating? How work sites are operating? How easy is it for you to walk, or do you have to drive in your car everywhere, for example? So we have this physical environment that influences, and then we have a wider macro level environment that also influence how we consume food, how we produce food, how we eat food, such as the food and beverage industry, how food is marketed, how the health system is able to support education and deal with obesity. So the idea here is obesity is not a matter of just calories in, calories out. It is a wicked problem where we have multiple levels that are all relevant in order to understand this problem. And if you think about most problems that are worthwhile research time, that are worthwhile addressing, are similar to the problem of obesity. Some examples would be climate change, sustainable development, trade liberalization or globalization, refugees, healthy aging. The list goes on and on. All these problems are wicked problems in the sense that you cannot have a very easy linear relationship to understand these problems, but that you have to think in terms of complex networks of interacting factors, interacting things that all work together in order to bring this problem about or bring the solutions to the problem about. Now, the idea of wicked problems is not new, but what I want to spend now a minute on is explaining what wicked problems are and what makes them so wicked. So a wicked problems is firstly identified that there is no clear definition of what the actual problem is. We know climate change is a problem, but what's the actual problem? There's many, many, many different aspects to it. There's many, many different facets to it. It's from health, it is from carbon, it is from nutrients. There's many different aspects that are related to it. And there's no clear boundary, no clear definition of what this problem entails. We have multiple interrelating cause and effect chains. So it's not just one cause, one effect, we have multiple causes and multiple effects related to the particular problem. We have many different stakeholders in wicked problems that all have their own agenda, that all want to achieve their own particular goals. And sometimes these agendas could be conflicting, that one group wants one thing that is in contrast to what another group wants. Maybe one group wants economic growth and the other group wants to have a more decarbonized society. How do you bring those two different aspects into agreement? And that's an issue of wicked problems. We have many different organizations, many different levels involved, so there's no clear boundary to the problem and to which organizations are involved, which disciplines should be involved. Think again about climate change. There's many different disciplines affected by it. It's not just a matter of biology, it's not just a matter of health, it's not just a matter of environmentalism and so on. A further aspect of wicked problems is that whatever you do affects a whole system, and I will give you an example about this in a second, what I mean by this. It's not just one thing, it's the whole system is affected by possible solutions. And that means there is no clear solution of what's wrong or right, but there's only solutions that are better and solutions that are worse. There is no perfect solution to a wicked problem. There's only better or worse solutions. And the last example of what's related to wicked problems that I want to give you is that you never can really solve a wicked problem entirely. Once you solve one part of a wicked problem, some other part becomes more pronounced and you have to address that. So it's an ongoing struggle to try to identify or try to solve wicked problems. And again, system thinking is an approach to deal with these wicked problems. So the traditional scientific approach is in isolating small parts of a system and analyze the interconnectedness, the relationships within that small part of a system. But system thinking takes a different perspective. It looks at the broader interrelationships and wants to look at those interrelationships and takes them into account when you consider. So you have here this little image of a CO2 cycle, and you can see there's so many different aspects that are involved in this particular phenomena. So the idea here is that we need to understand the system as a whole in order to be able to understand complex problems, wicked problems, in order to come up with solutions that are suitable. Now, let's look at an example of how system thinking is different from linear causal effect thinking that we are trained very well in our academic degrees in applying. Now, simple cause effect thinking might be something like that. You have good teachers that contribute or support academic success. You have good parenting that supports academic success. You have high motivation that contributes to academic success. You could have a good university environment that also contributes to academic success. So you have all these different aspects, all these different factors. They're all related to academic success. And you could have a longer list of more factors that you could identify. Now, a problem here is that you firstly make the assumption that you can identify good teachers. What about bad teachers? What about unsupportive parenting? What about low motivation? What about a not so great university environment? So you have a bias here towards looking at factors that are only good, only positive, in order to identify their effect on the system or the effect on the outcome that you're interested in academic success. So let's get rid of these positive biases. So, okay, teaching quality, parenting, motivation, university environment. So we got rid of these positive biases. Now, but if you want to think about it in a systems perspective, you have to think about the interrelationship among these different parts. It's not a one-on-one relationship that you have between motivation and academic success. It's actually a system that has feedback in it. Feedback is very exemplary. So what about you really did very, very bad in a former, so imagine you're going back to school, right? And you take a test at school and you really get a bad mark, what will this do to your motivation, to your belief that you really can master it? Or you get a really good mark in this test. What will this do to your motivation, to your belief in you can master this mathematical problem? So of course your motivation will be affected by your academic success. So it's not just a one-way relationship. But what is then also happening with motivation and teaching quality? If I go into a classroom and all my students sit on their smartphone, nobody wants to pay attention to what I'm trying to teach them, what will that do to my teaching quality? Will I be excited? What about students that all ask very good questions, that are really eager to be there? It will affect my teaching quality. And of course, the teaching quality will again feed back into student motivation. The student motivation will affect the university environment. If you go to a university where everybody is really eager and interested, you will have a very good university environment that then further develops the motivation for the new students as they're coming. Supportive parents can help you with the motivation. If you have good motivation, maybe your parents are very seeing this and they're further supporting you. So you have this reinforcing cycles of feedback. Then the great university environment may also help with teaching quality when you have good facilities, great facilities that you can use, that you can study in, very good library and so on. Academic success, of course, then contributes to university environment and so on. But now what you have to think about when you think in terms of systems is when you change one aspect of the system, say teaching quality, one teacher, one educator leaves the university. What you do is you change the system as a whole. It's not just the teaching quality will be changed, it will also change motivation, it will also change academic success, it will also change the university environment, and it may also change a little bit parenting. So that's the idea of systems thinking, that all these different aspects are related to each other. They are all providing feedback onto each other, and they are all influencing each other. Now, the idea here is, if we apply this idea of system thinking, and we want to step away from linear cause and effect models in order to understand information and communication technology in organizations, we can apply a historical approach that will allow us to better understand these complex networks where you have economic factors, where you have technological factors, where you have organizational factors and so on. They are all related to each other. They are all influencing each other. And a historical approach is a good way of seeing all of these different aspects, and particularly to understand which ones are important and not. If you look at, say, non-fungible tokens at the moment, NFT, it's the biggest thing in the tech world. You don't really understand what it does to organizations. But if we look back at something that happened 30 years ago, we have a much clearer view of which factors were really important, which factors really drove this change and facilitated it, versus which factors did turn out to be quite irrelevant and have no effect. And that's the advantage of an historical approach, that we can see the events that really turn out to be important. So this part of my presentation draws from the work of Joanne Yates, and she has written 2 books where she looks at the effect of information and communication technology, or the long-term effects of information and communication technology on organizations, on organizing, and on management. So the books that she wrote are Control Through Communication, where she looks at the 19th century, the second half of the 19th century, and different technologies that were used by organizations and transformed how organizations operate, how organizations achieve their goals. And in the second book, Structuring the Information Age, she's looking at the start of computing, but drawing it back to the area of data tabulation and the use of punch cards in the insurance industry. And she shows that computers are not something that suddenly came into organizations and were this new thing, but that computers were a continuation of what organizations were already doing. They only used computers because they already knew how to process data using punch card data tabulation equipment. Now, let's think about some of the examples that she's giving in her book. And I hope you maybe recognize what this is here, and it's from a telegraph, right? When you can do SOS and so on, and you have the signals short, long, and they spell out letters, and so that you can transmit information. Now, what this did, it completely changed how we transmit information across long distances. And you can see this nicely in this picture where you had the Pony Overland Express that used to carry news and information from one part of the country to another, and it was replaced then by this telegraph. And of course, the telegraph is much, much faster. Now, what does this allow us to do? It changes how we can organize. It changes how we can operate in organizations. Now, let's look at 3 examples here. The first example is the railroad. Now, and her examples, I have to apologize, are mostly from the US, because that's where she wrote her book about. But in the US, you had the phenomena that you brought in the first railroads in the second half of the 19th century. And these railroads had to stretch long distances across the country. And it was economically quite infeasible to build a railroad where you have 2 train tracks, one for going north, one for going south, or in this case, one for going east and one for going west. You had only one stretch of road and also one stretch of tracks, and it goes 200 kilometers, or in this case, I guess miles, in one direction until there is a section where trains can pass each other. Now, the telegraph was very effective to understand, is a train running late? Can the train going west enter this track because there's no train coming back on the other opposite direction? Because before that, you had the problem that you can have train crashes, trains crashing into each other because they are on the same track, and there's no way for them to evade each other. So telegraph really changed how you could operate the train network much more effectively, or to operate it economically feasible in the first place. A second example, and I guess that's an obvious one, is it changed how we consume news. Nowadays, we take it for granted that we know in the morning when we get up what happened on the other end of the planet, and we get news. But before we had the telegraph, this was really not possible. You had to wait until physically the information was carried to you by another human being, as in this case, the Pony Express. And of course, telegraph completely changed that, and we get news cycles that are much faster. Much of modern press, much of the modern newspapers is only possible because we had this technology, this information, or this communication technology. And the third example would be that how we engage in trading goods on the markets, on international markets, has changed through that. In this case, you could telegraph very quickly, how is the harvest looking this year? What's the current grain price at the grain stock in New York? So you had a much better way of exchanging information and understanding what is the demand for goods at another part of the country from where it was produced. So the production of goods and the consumption of goods at different parts can be much better organized, can be much better synchronized through this kind of technology. A fourth example would be the modern prediction of weather only became possible because we really have a much better understanding about weather fronts, about weather phenomena. Once we can telegraph and we understand, oh, there's a bad weather 2 hours away, and it's coming towards us. And it helped us to understand that there is certain pressure phenomena and so on when that are involved in weather. So that's the example of the telegraph. Now let's look at a little bit, because I'm at the business school, from general examples towards information and communication technology in business. And if you think about business communication, about 120 years ago, or at the very least 150 years ago, was letters. So business owners wrote letters, for example, to shareholders or to their family members or to other interested parties or to their customers with offers for products and so on. So a lot of the communication was done by letters. Now think about it. If you have a letter and you wrote your customer an offer half a year ago, and now they come back and they want to order the product again, you have to find the letter that you wrote to them, or remember the letter that you wrote to them, and have a copy of the letter in order to match the price that you gave them half a year ago. So if they say, like, if we would like to order again to the same price, then you would have to find out, okay, where's the letter from half a year ago where we wrote about this price and so on. So it was really hard to keep track of business communication And then there was technology such as this very simple way of photocopying, or not photocopying, of copying letters. So you had this block of gelatin and you can press the letter in there once it's written and the ink is still wet, and then you have a copy of the letter. It's much, much more effective for businesses to have a copy of every correspondence that you have with your customers, that you have with your suppliers on file in case you need it. So there was a big change from this very simple technology. Now, then we had things such as the typewriter that came in, which of course made making copies much easier. You can have carbon paper, and whatever you type, you can have up to 5-6 copies of the same letter that you then can store for your own purpose, maybe sell, bring forward to a specific department that is receiving the order, and so on. So complete change. And then think about the invention of the photocopy machine, made it so much easier to have communication, small targeted communication in an organization, where you say like, okay, I have this note about how we safely handle a product, and I can make a copy, and every relevant manager can get a copy of this note. Then we introduced email, which maybe we have too much email, I don't know, makes it very easy to reach out to different people in the organization. And nowadays we're talking about enterprise social media of sharing communication. But you can see how this technology has really fundamentally changed what a business is and how a business operates. And particularly these examples from 100 years ago make it very, very easily understandable how technology changes what we are doing and how we are organizing work. And understanding this phenomenon is really what we have to address when we want to understand information and communication technology and how we can leverage it to the benefit. Now, there's some insights coming out of this research that Johan Yates said, and that become obvious when you take this long-term perspective. The first one is that we have more and more structured data, and this is through the rise of forms. So in this case, you can see here, this is a form where you record if somebody is not coming to your company, maybe not coming to work, and you have to have these remarks, and then you have to write it in. It's very hard to analyze this. If you have, say, 20, 50, 40, 100 employees, very hard to understand what's happening. So you replace this with forms where you just have to tick, okay, what's happening? Was the person sick? Was the person excused? Were they not excused, and so on? So instead of writing information, we tick information, which means we more and more structure information and make it analyzable and usable for managerial purposes. The second trend that we see over the last 100 years is how we didn't used to use graph. So this graph is from 1909, and you can see it compares different factories in terms of their labor cost. So you can now see how different factories, it's very easy to use graphs to make complex comparisons. If you have this information in a letter or in multiple letters, or you have this information in a table, it's very hard to understand which of our factories has the lowest labor cost. Okay, maybe that's easy, but if you want to see which one of our factories is improving, which one of our factories are getting worse, which ones are making the best improvements, and so on. It's very easy to do this comparison on a chart to, for example, understand which is our best practice and how we should roll out this to other companies or other factories in our company. And you can see that this was a big game changer. When graphs came in, they were a big tool for understanding and making sense of business tests. And you can see here at the DuPont company how they had this elaborate room where they could produce all these different graphs and charts, and where management could sit in there and compare different graphs and make sense of that. We take this all for granted, but it was really a game changer 100 years ago. The third trend that we are seeing is an increasing quantification in management. And that means we use more and more quantifiable outputs to make comparisons. In this case, return of investment as a calculation formula was again a great innovation, where you can better compare different parts of an organization and have performance with each other that you couldn't do before. And the last aspect I want to talk about is data processing or tabulation. And this is, again, something that helped organizations to process large amount of data and to make sense of, for example, or introduce new types of products that weren't possible before. For example, in the insurance, general life insurance wouldn't be possible to lots of people because you can't do the calculations in time. If you use tabulation devices, you can process large amounts of data. This technology became really popular or became used in businesses after it was successfully used to calculate the census in the United States about 120 years ago. And then you have all this data that you can tabulate in these machines. And from there, you step over, and then the computer is just an extension of data tabulation machines in processing standardized data in a much more labor effective way. If you can see, here's many people involved in processing this data. When you have the computer, you have a much faster processing of data, and you have fewer people involved in the data processing. And of course, this makes data output much more accurate. Once you move HR payment calculations onto a computer, you get fewer mistakes and you get a faster calculation than if you do it by hand by accountants. So this brings me to the end of my brief presentation, where I wanted to talk about information and communication technology as a complex phenomena, and the relevance of system thinking to understand information and communication technology as a wicked problem, where you have many different factors that are involved, many different cause and effects that are part of it. And then I provided a historical analysis and example for looking at information and communication technology as a complex problem. Thank you so much for your attention to my presentation.
Thank you, Sebastian. We have several questions for your presentations in here. I would submit one of the questions to the committee members and also to you, because there is a question, how can I get the presentation? Now, it depends on you, and then it depends on the committee members, all right? But I will submit several other questions in here. Number one is we have currently having lots of edutainment. And then what is the form of readiness by technology, by friendly technology? Friendly technology is something easy to apply. So what is the form of readiness using the friendly technology? There is a question.
Please, if you can follow up if I don't answer the question correctly or with what you want. So I think if you look at technology as a complex phenomena, as a wicked problem, then you would have to understand that there is not one friendly technology, but it depends on the user that is interacting with this technology. So you have a system that you apply, say, in my university, and it's maybe very friendly for an administrator to manage student enrollments, but maybe it's not very friendly for the student who wants to know which classroom do I have to go to next week, because they're using the system for the very first time and they don't know what to do. So I would say what a friendly technology is depends on a good understanding of the users, and to take people as the first point, not technology, but the people. What is it that people want to achieve? What is the situation they are in? And how can we best support them? So a friendly technology is a technology that takes the least amount of training in order to most easily achieve the outcome that is helpful to the people who are using the technology. So in terms of learning, the more intuitive it is, the friendlier the technology is, I would argue.
Ms. Davy, you asked this question. Was the answer okay? I don't know. All right, let me follow up with the second question. there are overload info right now. There are so many information here and there. And how are we going to discriminate the useful information and with the false information?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And unfortunately, I didn't have time to go too much into that. But I think it's a real problem with information overload and noise, but then also with misinformation and disinformation. So we have misinformation where you repeat something that you don't know and you make a mistake. It's an honest mistake, but this information is then spreading. And in historical research, I can see that a lot. Somebody said something wrong in the 80s, and then it's repeated and repeated and repeated. So it's this misinformation continuing further and further. But what we also see more and more is quite deliberate, deceitful information. It's disinformation. It is information that somebody gives you the wrong, they know it's the wrong information, but for their personal political, for their personal power, it is useful to lie to people, to make them believe the wrong things. So I think it's a big research area where we need much more research to better tackle misinformation and disinformation. Maybe we can use things like non-fungible tokens to really confirm this is written by this newspaper. We know newspapers have their own political agenda, they are not neutral, but it's much better to confirm that this was actually written by this newspaper and not something that somebody created as a fake news on the internet. So I think it's a very good question. There's no clear answer. I think that the most important one for me is to tackle disinformation and misinformation rather than information overload as such.
All right, that hopefully that answers the question from Vincentius Simon. There is another question from Ignatius Ronnie about technology sophistication. We currently having technology sophistication such as virtually technology. And then you mentioned several factors in academic success, which is teaching, parenting, motivation, university environment, and so forth. What else, if there are any other factors that influence the successful academic career or academic achievement?
Look, I think the main takeaway from this example is that we cannot isolate one factor and look at it in isolation. We need to understand how these factors are all related to each other. And that's the example of one educator leaving and then you change the system as a whole. So from a systems perspective, you can come up with an almost infinite number of factors. Because the more you look, the more you find. I think it's about drawing the boundary of the system, what you want to look at. So I would say, draw the boundary in your field. What's the field that you're studying, that you're working in? What makes a successful academic there? Because, for example, writing style. How do you craft a really good article that is publishable in a good journal? Will depend a lot on your field. If you are in psychology or in engineering, you will have to write articles differently. You have to present your argument differently. So understand the boundary within which you want to define academic success. That would be my advice to you. And then look within the disciplinary boundary and what are the most useful aspects. Sorry, I think my computer just disappeared for a second. Okay, I think I'm back. So success, look within the discipline that you are interested in to identify the most prevalent factors within that. It might be industry engagement, it might be publication, it might be citations. It depends on the context within which you look at academic success.
So there are many various possibilities and various factors that having interaction one way or the other, right? It depends on the definition, on your personal boundaries, right?
Yeah.
Following questions is from Karunia Mulia Firdausi. Is please advise how this system resolve problems of, for example, in big business, because this kind of systems can be utilized to resolve problems in easier business, in smaller business, in tame business, but there are some big business with large companies and with more complexity. How are you going to resolve this?
So I guess that's an excellent question. It goes back to the idea of wicked problems. So I would say it's not just for small businesses. I'm sorry if the example came across like that. It can be it's also relevant to big businesses, and the idea is to apply a different way of analyzing the problem, and instead of thinking in terms of cause and effect, and this factor led to that outcome. You need to analyze a small business, a big business, whatever the problem is, in terms of system thinking, which means you need to draw a boundary of what the system is that you are interested in and identify within the system what are the most prevalent factors, actors, and then try to understand what's the relationship among those. So there's much more you can learn about system thinking, but my talk today was about contrasting system thinking with linear cause and effect thinking. It's a different way of understanding problems, and I think particularly complex problems are much easier, or not easier, are much better analyzed using system thinking, because you take into consideration all these multiple factors that are all interacting with each other.
All right, Pak Karunia. And the following question is, there are people who are already feel comfortable on the systems they have been using, but there are new systems they need to get adjusted with that. How to learn the new systems?
It reminds me on the picture that I had with the system implementation with the person that punches the laptop. We all are forced to use new systems, for example, in our organizations or as citizens and so on, that are relevant. How do you learn to use them? Well, I guess you have to use them. That's the way to learn them. Hopefully, the systems are designed in a way that makes it easy to learn. So that you the less training users need to be able to use a system productively, the better the system is designed. And I think that's really where we are lacking at the moment. We are very good in IT, we are very good in developing new kinds of algorithms, new kinds of IT systems, but what's missing is to take into consideration the human perspective to better design systems for humans so that they can learn them more easily. And that's where a lot of research need is there. Analyze your users, understand your users, understand the context within which they operate, so that you design better systems, so that they are a joy to use rather than a nuisance. And that's done very badly by most organizations. Most systems are really not a pleasure to use.
All right. Okay. Following question is how to apply the system thinking in doing research.
Look, if you are interested in system thinking, is much more written about this by much more knowledgeable people than myself. There's work done on system dynamics, how systems behave over time, for example. So it depends on the type of research that you're doing, but I guess it comes back to my answer from before. It's understanding what the system is that you're interested in, understanding and how you draw the boundary around the system, and then within these boundaries, try to identify key actors, key factors, and then see how you can analyze them, how you can measure them, how you can theorize the interactions within these. So it will depend very much on the type of system that you're looking at. If you're in engineering, system thinking will be used very differently than if you are in biology, for example. But there's much written about system thinking. If you haven't heard about system thinking before, spend a little bit of time to do some research. Very knowledgeable people have written many books about system thinking.
So it depends on the discipline and the perspective on the research, right?
I would say it depends on the problem that you are analyzing. I mean, some problems are not suitable for system thinking. And some other problems are suitable to system thinking. So if you have multiple causes and effects that are affecting an outcome, then system thinking is a useful approach. If you have clear relationships, then system thinking, to explain gravity, maybe system thinking is not a good approach. You have a very clear cause and effect relationship that we can understand. But if you want to understand obesity, calories in versus calories out will not allow you to have good healthcare interventions. You have to understand it from a systems perspective in order to understand what is all interacting here.
Right. Hopefully that answers your questions, Pak Coki. The following question is on there have been many freedoms in communication, and especially online and so forth. But it's been conflicting also sometimes with the ethical concerns. Now, the question is specifically from Mr. Aris is how Australia regulate the ethical concerns on the system communication.
Oh, I'm not an expert on the Australian regulation. I know but I know that the Australian government, for example, holds social media company. One concern is that more and more people go to social media to get their news, and this undermines, for example, the production of professional journalism, because people go onto social media. But the social media would show news from professional journalistic newspapers, but they don't get readers, they don't get money, they don't get revenue from that. So the Australian government set up a scheme where Facebook and Google have to share part of the revenue that they're generating on their platforms with these news providers so that they continue producing news and sharing news. And I don't know if something similar is done in Indonesia. I thought this is quite a good idea from the Australian government, because we want to make sure that our existing journalistic institutions are not cannibalized by social media, but supported by it. So I can't give many more examples about Australia. This is just one where I think that's a good idea to make Facebook give something back to the Australian environment.
Okay. Another question is, do you think machine can replace the human being, considering that there is an artificial intelligence?
How much time do we have? 4 minutes.
Yes, about 4 minutes. And then I have to close a little bit earlier because there is a presentation of the certificates from the committee.
I'm just joking a little bit. I think it would require much more time to think about, to treat this carefully. I would say, firstly, many things that we call artificial intelligence are just plain machine learning. They are just probabilistic models. They have nothing to do with intelligence as such. So I would say, like, first, let's define what we mean by artificial intelligence. What is it that you're talking about? Is it neural networks? Is it machine learning? Is it predictive analytics? There's so many different forms of what artificial intelligence is. Do I think we will have a Terminator-like scenario where we all have to fear for our lives because the machine is taking over? No, I don't think so. And the reason for that is I don't understand how we go from being self-aware to I want to kill all humans. I don't think there is a logical link. I think this is a step that is good for cinema and narratives, but I don't think there's a logical step. And the other point I can make here is I think part of being is that being ends. that we all perish and die at one point, and this is a big driver for us. The reason I do something today is because it doesn't go on indefinitely. If you're a machine being and your existence is indefinitely going on, what does it mean for your relevance to be, for your relevance to take action? So I think the philosophical implications of that is something that we really don't understand. So I think I think often it's a populist movement for Elon Musk to drive up his share price, to come out and say like, hey, the machines are taking over, instead of saying, hey, I want to colonize Mars instead of helping people on Earth get out of poverty. Sorry, that was my critical stance here a little bit, but I'm not sure this discussions around artificial intelligence are very productive unless we define very clearly what we mean.
Okay, there is one more question you need to answer very quick before I return this platform to the committee. Could algorithm be designed to compare multiple sources and filter information and credibility versus popularity? Could algorithm be designed to compare the multiple sources? Yeah.
So the clear answer is yes. The problem is at the moment our algorithms are driven by popularity. Google PageRank, it's popularity. The more links go to a page, the higher you go up. So it's not about which is the best information, which is the clearest information. It's more like what's the most popular information. And I think you're right. We have to find ways that are driven by the quality of the information more so than by the popularity of it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. And I will return the platform to the committee members for the certificate presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Monty. Sorry for taking a few minutes to present our appreciation to the first speaker. To Sebastian, this is our digital certificate from Universitas Tarumanagara.
Thank you so much.
You're
it's
welcome.
My honor.
Thank you for your time and thank you for sharing a great topic. And thank you very much. See you next time. Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, I return to our moderator, Dr. Monty.
Yes.
Please continue the session.
All right. You're welcome. We can move on to the second presenter.
Yes, sure.
Professor Dr. Kyoko Kanki. Sensei, are you here? I would welcome Professor Dr. Kyoko Kanki from Kyoto University. She's a chair of Rural Planning Committee, Architectural Institute of Japan, and previously was assistant professor at Kyoto and Wakayama University. She has received awards, for example, in 2013 for Architecture Institute of Japan prize on renovation of Koyaguchi Elementary School as a preservation of regional heritage, along with her colleagues. In 2015, she received the prize for Association of Rural Planning, Conserving the Cultural Landscape by Internal Borobudur Field School. Professor Kanki is familiar with several Indonesian communities and rural areas, primarily, for example, in Borobudur, in Gianyar, Bali, and as well as Kampung Aquarium in North Jakarta. Besides, she ever explored Dortmund in Germany for the Community Action Plan. And right now, she's going to talk about city planning related to architecture on developing school in Kyoto. Kanki Sensei,
yes?
The floor is yours. Konnichiwa.
Thank you very much. Konnichiwa. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important sessions. And thank you very much for your introducing myself. I'm from Kyoto, Japan, and I'm a professor in the Department of Architecture. And today I like to focusing on the sustainable planning of the city suburbs, especially about my neighboring the residential area from our campus. And because it is quite important to think about sustainable with the city itself and planning the city and managing the city. So my focus is a kind of the physical aspect of the sustainability, especially about the city. So I like to share my presentation. Is it okay? Moment,
yes,
please.
go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Moment, please. It should be the slides. Okay. So today the title of my presentation is Local Initiatives and Area Planning for the Sustainability in the Suburban Residential Areas. Case study in Katsurazaka area, Kyoto. And at first, I like to explain a little bit about the Kyoto city. Maybe some of you knows about the Kyoto city as a kind of the touristic city and the historic city. But today, focusing on the suburb, so it is quite important to know the geography. This is Google Earth, and this area is Kyoto city. And please, I will show the PowerPoint. So I will take a point. Can you see my
PowerPoint? Yes.
PowerPoint, okay, thank you. And Kyoto city is a historic city, as you know, but at the same time, it is a very big city with a population of 1.5 million. And the surrounding hill, you can see here, the surrounding green area is a hill. And the east hill, north hill, the west hill is the 3 hills surrounding the city of the Kyoto. And to conserve the nature and the landscape of these 3 hills is quite important for the city of Kyoto, because it is a kind of the history and it is kind of the geographical character. And at the same time, this is the nature itself. But you can see the yellow point, Katsurazaka, is almost inside this hill area. So because Katsurazaka residential area is maybe the latest residential development in Kyoto city, so it located inside the hill place. But to get the permission from the city government to develop here is quite difficult actually. So the company who developed the Katsurazaka struggled so many times, so long time, to make a sustainable plan for the residential area. So finally they got the permission, but maybe it is quite a good example to see what kind of the residential area should be in a very sustainable way. It might be a kind of the typical example up to now. And at the same time, not just making the development plan, but also the local initiatives to keep such nature and sustainability is also very important. And the people here is very active actually. So I like to show you such a kind of example today. The overview of this Katsurazaka area is something like this. The left side photograph is just a beginning of the development, and the central photograph is a recent photograph. So you can see this is really the residential area, having schools and the small shops and not the factory, not the company. This is really the residential area. and maybe it is quite easy to understand this is in a hill. But this is a special thing, is having a very sustainable types of the planning. It was necessary to develop here. And actually, the general image of the land use in Japan especially is something like this. You have the city along to the coastal land, and the city and the urban land, and the villages and the farmland, and the forestry and the woodland, and the nature land. This is the five typical types of the land use. And the Katsurazaka is inside of the city area, actually, but they located in the hill. So it means that the red color area between villages and the farmland and the city and urban land, they rarely located. So there should be some kind of the special planning for the sustainability here. So this is the importance of this example. And now we are in the very large urbanized era of the city all over the world. So think about the suburbs, and especially think about the places between villages and the city. Is very important to manage the nature, to manage the environment, to stop the excess urbanization, and to keep the landscape. It's concentrated in this area. So it is very important to think about the sustainability to keep the nature in the suburbs. So from now, I like to show the case studies of Katsurazaka. And there are the three subjects. First subject is the process of getting the permission, and especially in the 1960s to 80s. The second subject is the designers. The third subject is community initiatives. So this is kind of the process, how to say, why Katsurazaka can be a kind of the special types of the sustainable planning for the residential area is a result of the process of the permission, actually. So I like to show a little bit detailed things. In this slide, the left side, black color is a kind of the history of the Kyoto city government in 1960s until 90s. And the right hand, red color part is Katsurazaka area history, especially about the development permission. That we must see both history to understand the process. Please look at the left side about the Kyoto city government. They had the history of the city planning to introduce their own city from the 1960s. You can see 1966, Kyoto city government started the new policy of urban development. And in 1968, the present City Planning Act started. And in 1969, the Green Belt Zone system was designated in the West Hill by the Kyoto Prefecture government. And at the same time, Kyoto city government started to develop by themselves about the Lakusai New Town. Lakusai New Town is this white dotted zone just next to the Katsurazaka area. And this is the public development for the residential area. And so it means that the Kyoto city also developed their own residential area in the little bit hilly area. But this is not in the hill. This is just at the foot of the hill. But this is the history actually, they had such their own development idea here. And in the left side, the right side, you can see, in the 1966, the company, Save Group, the name of the company is the Save Group, started to purchase the land of Katsurazaka. So they had idea to develop the new residential area in Kyoto City. And 2 years later, 1968, the first development plan by that company was fixed, and they submitted to the Kyoto City. But you can see Kyoto City just starting the new city planning at that time. So it is quite difficult to get the permission quickly. So that is one of the process of this. And the next one is the 1970s. In 1970s, Kyoto City government started the several zonings and the land use plan and update the building agreement system. Building agreement system is very important keyword in this Katsurazaka case because building agreement is the agreement between the landowners. And after the development of the housing residential area, the landowners is the people who live inside. So it means building agreement system is a community work actually, because most of the residential land is owned by themselves. So they a little bit emphasized to utilize such a system in the residential area by the Kyoto city government. At the same time, in the red side, 1973, the company updated development plan. It's a second plan. Maybe there were so many requirements from the Kyoto City government to the company, so they had to update. At this timing, the company make a kind of the zoning inside the Katsurazaka area by themselves, and also starting to update it so many times from here. And in 1980, almost the completed development plan was fixed. So you can see the company took more than 10 years to get the completed development plan. So it is struggling for them to think about the design itself. And in the Kyoto City side, also the government also had to update so many things time to time, because the situation in the 1960s and the 1970s is really the developing era of the city area. So 1980s, they update the land use plan, and 1985, they updated the land use plan so many times. But finally, in 1985, Kyoto City government itself fixed the first municipal master plan. And at this moment, the company also got the development permission. So there is so many changes in both sides, in Kyoto City government and in the company's development plan. So that is really the struggling. And finally, they made a very special residential areas design, finally. So after that, the left side, please let's see the left side, the company also made the open space design plan, or fixed the first building agreement in this area, and also prepare the Katsurazaka district plan. This is part of the city planning, and also they designed the neighborhood park design. So it is so many types of the works inside really making the place. So this is also the special things about the Katsurazaka to make sustainable things. So we should think, we should read this result of such a long-term struggle plan. So the second thing is the designers. Actually, there is two important designers to make this area planning. The left side professor, he is the Professor Shirasuna in Kobe International University now. He is the landscape designer. And he used to be the young designer at that time. So he is now around 60 or 65 years old. So he is still active. So actually, after the designing the landscape here, he kept the activity here up to now. And the right hand professor is Professor Doke. He is more like an architect and urban designer. So he designed the urbanized system of this area, like a street and city center, town centers or schools and institutes or some kind of the networks of the pedestrian. So he is more like an urban planner. And the two designers made a very important role to make this planning to be special. The very important thing is the plan for the natural environment of formation as the master plan for this area at first. Still in this time, in this moment, the two professors emphasize this plan is very, very important to decide the design from the large scale to the tiny scale, because the plan is about how to recover the nature and to maintain the nature. So this is really the key point to be successful to get the permission from the Kyoto city government, they say. So it means that to develop the hill area, important hill area of the Kyoto city, is required to make a master plan for the nature conservation, the nature recovery. So it is quite special things, actually. It is quite a special thing, and it is very rare case, I think, to make such a master plan before the development. And up to now, the inhabitants also having a good impression about this master plan. So this is the first step and maybe the characteristics for the sustainability of this area. And under the right side, you can see the simple map of this area. This is the open space network of this area. You can see deep green area. This is the remained forest. So it is the kind of the green belt for this area. But at the same time, they made this connection of the green area from north to the south with the neighborhood park and the heritage park. This is a kind of the belt and the connection of the open spaces. This is really for the bird habitat, wild bird habitat. This is a hill, so there should be the habitat for the wild bird, actually. So it means that the very center of the residential development area should be occupied by the wild bird habitat. This is also very special things, special design for this area. Usually, the residential area development likes to be more residents. But in this case, very central part was for the nature. So it was very rare decision to make such a residential area, but this was necessary to get the permission actually. So this is the kind of the one of the key point to design the residential sustainable residential area nearby the village area to keep the place for the habitat and to show the open space networks to get the really the outcome to become having a good wild nature. So this is one of the starting point. At the same time, you can see the street system here, and they had the street system a little bit divided into two parts. The one is for the automobiles. The one is for the pedestrian. But at the same time, in such two types of the street networks, they put the vegetation at the same time. And this is rather artificial, but this is quite important to get the networks of the open space. So there's so many trees and so many types of the trees. And that is the kind making the kind of the large network all over the place, area. This is also the specialty for this master plan. So this is the ongoing and sustainable basic system of the nature up to now. So this is the first starting point of the design itself. So the image of the greenery and the open space system is now like this. This map is drawn by myself later in 1913. But you can see the surrounding area still here. But you can see the street system with the green dot. This is the trees, and the big trees and the small trees and the many types of the trees, but they had a network. And you can see the pink, very slender line. Sometimes you can see this is the pink slender line, like this, like this, like this. This is the pedestrian way. And this is the pedestrian way with the trees and the gardens, actually. And these are the artificial nature, but it is connecting the hills. And you can see the large park and the small park at the same time, that these are the kind of the connection to keep the bird habitat. And this blue is the water. The blue is the water to keep the place for the bird at the same time. So this is the network of the nature, partly conserved, partly artificial, but this quite important landscape up to now. So you can please a little bit keep the memory of this map. I can show you the photo from now. Mainly, you can see the overview of the area. So these are the remained hill. At the same time, there is a hill. So you can see the hills from the residential area. So they didn't cut off everything, but they remained the hill area. But at the same time, the residential area is artificial. But they keep the greenery inside in the center of the area. So you can see the right hand, this flower, cherry blossoms photograph is in the city center, town center. It is the park area. So you can see the large greenery on the hill can be the very, how to say, the large scale system. And one of the large park is the kind of the heritage park, because before the development, they used to be the ancient tombs. They had several types of the ancient tombs like this, and they like to keep. They did not want to destroy, so they made a large park to cover this ancient tomb area to make a heritage conservation area. And but actually, you can see this is the design for this open space. The center part is the heritage conservation, but the park itself is a design, a little bit artificial. So it is a combination of the nature and the artificial green. So but now finally we can see this situation is more like a forest now. So it can be become more like a landscape, cultural landscape after 20 or 30 years. So it is now actually the heritage conservation area designated by the Kyoto City government at the same time. And at the same time, the other types of the open space you can see, left side is the place for the wild bird, and the right side is a large neighborhood park. This is just landscape park, but now it's a near nature environment we can see. And you can see the street trees. The street having many trees, and sometimes having the trees as the kind of the crossing of the pedestrian way and the automobile way. So it is also, you can see the artificial things, but it became to be more near nature now. And at the same time, residential area having a kind of the vegetation by themselves. Actually, the residential area is very urbanized. So it is not nature actually, but they must be mitigated a little bit. So the residential site having a small area for the plantation or the vegetation, and the people must do the vegetation by themselves. So this is a community work to keep the environment. At the same time, the design itself is made by the inhabitants, but they must do something as a greenery action. That is also this is also a part of the planning of this area. But finally, the schools and the institute and the large facilities having a kind of the garden. And this is not so special, but they had to do something, keep their own garden. And really in the city center, a town center, this is very urbanized actually, you can see. But so it means that this is really in the urbanized area actually. And the next thing is the community initiatives. Actually, these large development area cannot be completed in one time. So they had the kind of the process also to make a next place to be completed. So they just started the construction in 1986, and every year they increase the new houses and they construct a new land, and so it is quite a historical way to complete the old places. And so along to this timeline, the people who inhabited here is increasing, so the building agreements also increase from the new place, and the new place they had the new building agreement. So finally, in this moment, there's so many building agreement and the district plan. This is the basic system of the community here. This is the district plan, so this is a part of the city planning, but this is a kind of the agreement with the people who live inside. So you can see there's so many boundaries inside here. It is different district plan from place to place. And this is also the maps for the building agreements. You can see the many boundaries here, and inside the boundary, one building agreements. So there's so many building agreements here. So this is the kind of the reflection of the, really the construction of this residential area is place to place. It's not in one time. So the building agreement is also divided into so many, but it is quite good because the community is inside the building agreement, and so it is good scale, not so big, not so small, and so they can manage by themselves to keep the activities about the building agreements. Yeah. For example, agreements including the kind of the design control of the houses. For example, they must keep such a facade and the gate and the entrance. At the same time, they must keep the setback several meters back to the wall of the houses to the entrance. So such a kind of the volume control of the architecture is also kept by such a building agreements, actually. So it is quite important to keep such agreement up to now, so that actually it is successful. And these are the example of the agreement documents. Sorry in Japanese, but the people inside the community can manage by themselves to keep this townscape, because somebody who likes to build a new house or a little bit rebuild a new house or change a little bit their own house, they must write the documents and to give it to the community members, and they must get the agreement and they will sign here. So it means that it is not government control. This is among the people, actually. So it is a special effect to them because they can study and they can learn about their own towns and their own collaboration at the same time. So this is very important after the development. And so it means this kind of activity to keep the greenery or to put the vegetation of their own houses is also under control by such agreement. Okay, and the last one, I will show the latest story. After the development almost completed, actually the main activist about the sustainability is the local people. And keeping the design character or keeping the open space system or admiring the open space system and nature and keeping the agreements is the power of the people inside the residential area. It is sometimes difficult and sometimes easy. Sometimes difficult, sometimes easy. It is not easy to keep really the same situation inside the people's community because there are so many things. But recently, they made this kind of the booklet to get new identification from the Kyoto City government to become a kind of the entity of the self-management of this area. And after, around this activity, I participated actually. And you can see the activity plan of this booklet is called Activity Plan to submit the Kyoto City to be authorized as a formal council. So this is the council. This is the Kyoto City government's work to recommend the people of the place to be a council by themselves. And if you can get the authorization from the Kyoto City, the people inside can talk with the new developers on any kind of the change of the environment. So this is the new things after the 2012. And because they can do it, the background is very important. This is the questionnaire for all of the inhabitants of this Katsurazaka area made by the inhabitants by themselves. You can see the red color is the yes to the similar question. And most of the people is agree with this area is the greenery area, nature oriented area, and well controlled, well managed the housings and the residential environment. So it means that almost all the people is agree with this idea, so they could get such authorization. But at the same time, already we have a kind of the problem of high aging. For example, this is the first place to be constructed, but they are already 30 years later after the development. So most of the people is very aged now in these first places. So it means that as a whole, there is so many generations, but in the tiny scale, they had the problem of the aging already. So inside the area, local initiative is more on the important to keep the good activities to help each other, to collaborate each other. So such a council system is a kind of the base of such a new collaboration between the local people. And after 30 years and 20 years, the building agreement is also a little bit transformed because the building agreement is 20 years. So after 20 years, they must update. But in the time of the update, somebody likes to get out. You can see the example from here. The gray place is out of the agreement. So it is also the transformation after the 12 years or 30 years. So, hi.
What about 5 minutes again?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, almost finishing, thank you. This is the council. They have several different situations from place to place inside the Katsurazaka area, but they can get a kind of the unity with all the different places. So the Katsurazaka was constructed like this, part to part, but finally we established the kind of the unity as a council. And so at the time I made this mapping for the environmental evaluation. And they are now doing the meetings to change something or to check the changes and to check the new activity to transform something. And at the same time, we really re-established how to enjoy the environment. This is the environment, this is a kind of new activity to enjoy such a nature and such a near nature environment and the cultural landscape after 20 years. This is not designed by the designer at the first time, but it is quite important to refinding the characters by the people themselves. So this is one of the ideas to enjoy, to make such activity for the children and to see the vegetation, to making a kind of the research and to making the collaborative works from the grandfather and grandmother to the children, and to make a new activity to make this kind of the artistic work. And this is nature dying from the vegetation inside the area. So this is just making the enjoyment, but this is the power for the keeping the sustainability in this moment. So it is the local initiative actually. This is very important to make active about such a nature system at the beginnings. So finally, this is the story of the Katsurazaka area, and it is a special case because it is inside the hill system in the Kyoto City area. So they tried to make design for the very sustainable for the nature. And at the same time, the local initiative is refinding such a special character and so making the most of such a special environment. So this must be necessary for in the suburb for the sustainable city. But usually in this moment and recently, we have so many types of the very separated residential area development in all over the world. So, but it is quite problematic actually. So we need to think about the greenery and the nature and the artificial nature and the combination to the nature. So it is maybe one of the main policy for the new sustainable city planning. So I like to show and I like to study more, and I like to having colleagues in all over the world to make a good residential area. Thank you very much. This is my presentation.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. Very interesting presentations. And we have some questions in here.
Yeah, thank you.
There is a question from Pak Irwin, Mr. Irwin. How can we conserve the nature, the culture, the nature and culture areas, meanwhile having permission to build the urban business in the area?
Yes. Yes, and actually it is quite difficult sometimes to keep such a nature or the larger open space in the city and the urban area, but we should think about the greenery and the open space. And one of the important thing is in the urbanized area or the nearby the urbanized area, sometimes we should make a kind of artificial natural area. But it must be combined to the nature at the same time. So please find a tiny place or a small place to put the artificial nature in the urban area and think about how to combine with the nature. So maybe this is a kind of the residential area, but in the urbanized business area, maybe you can find the way to do more original types, I think.
Yeah, okay. We are combining and connecting between the nature and artificial green area in order to conserve the nature while to develop the urban area. The second question is, how do we get the participation from people to join the agreement? And then how to supervise with the local suburbs, such as in the moving capital. I need to probably explain to you that in Indonesia, the capital city of Indonesia, Jakarta, is moving toward Kalimantan area. How are we going to supervise that with the local local area to move from the previous urban area to the new urban area?
Okay, actually, the reason the building agreement in this case was successful is maybe the kind of the system itself, actually. In our city planning law, the types of the building agreement the developer can start is possible. So it means that the developer and the company can set the building agreement by himself and to welcome the new inhabitants. It's possible. And actually the area with the building agreement is a kind of evidence for the inhabitants that the environment of the residential area is sustainable for 20 years. Because making the destructive change cannot be done during the building agreement is authorized. So it means that the residential areas environment is very authorized, so it is quite good for the inhabitants. So sometimes the developer company likes to do that. So it means that the agreement should be between the inhabitants, but the preparation by the developer can be introduced here. So that is maybe the successful reason of this area. But after 20 years, the agreement already became among the people who own the land. So we must supervise such a process of the more than 20 years, actually. So beginnings by the developers, government, company. After that, somebody supervised the inhabitants to make a kind of the collaborative work, actually. So I think in the new metropolitan area, in the new capital city, you can prepare some kind of the agreement types of the environment to develop, to recommend to do such a thing, the developers. After that, maybe the people can take over, I think. That is the system here.
Yeah, in your slides, you also mentioned the developer. Was it the name of a developer, Seibu?
Seibu, yes, Seibu.
Okay, so the Seibu was the developer for Katsurazaka. Ne?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
All right. The third question is he's relating it to the Fukushima, the recent earthquake. Now, considering, well, Fukushima is far away from Kyoto, but we might also think that we have to prevent damages if such kind of things happen, although we don't expect. How do you prevent damages of the hills of Kyoto area?
I see.
In the case of earthquakes or any kind of natural disasters.
And okay. About the natural disaster, and maybe at first I will explain about the Fukushima case. 10 years ago, we got a so severe accident in the Fukushima, and actually Titin-san knows the situation because she stayed in Kyoto at the time, and very fortunately, the climate, especially the window, is not so direct from the Fukushima to Kyoto. And actually, the climate character is saving the Kyoto city, actually. You know, the wind from the Fukushima usually go to the sea. So it is very difficult to come to the Kyoto city. And at that time, 10 years ago, we have so many facilities to check the radiation or something because we are inside the Kyoto University, but there is almost no evidence to have effect from the Fukushima at the same time. So it's saved, actually. But at the same time, generally speaking, we have so many possibility to get disaster impact, especially in this case, and maybe the earthquake. Nearby earthquake, because Kyoto City geography is formulated by the earthquake system. Actually, you know, the geological system inside the Earth is more like connected to the earthquake, and it is very important to make a good architecture to strong enough against the earthquake. It is very important. But, you know, building agreement can keep so many kinds of the viewpoint. So maybe you can introduce a kind of the safetiness of the houses. It is possible, actually. And such a small detached house is not so difficult to make enforced and strong structure. So you can provide some information to make a good prevention system against the earthquake. And having the open space is also very good for the disaster prevention. You know, if they had earthquake, they need a large open space to come together or to escape, to evacuate sometimes. There should be the large open space. So it is now the open space for the greenery and the nature, but at the same time, this is a kind of the place for the evacuation in the disaster time. So you can combine the planning for the disaster prevention and making the open space system. It is quite a close relation because it is the space problem. So maybe that is also important, and maybe the solution to keep the open space for the emergency inside.
Yeah, okay. So it has taken into considerations, right? There are several points of considerations being considered, being taken into the contract, into the agreement system.
Yeah. In the Katsurasaka, they did not did not have idea about such a disaster impact. Okay. It is more concentrated to the nature, you know. But after we had authorization from the Kyoto City in 2013, the people more and more considering about the disaster, because that is after Fukushima, you know. We had such a big earthquake in 2011. So, and our authorization of the new council is 2013. So many people inside is very aware of the disaster. So now they are very interested in to keep the open space for the safetyness at the same time. So it's a new idea actually, but we are discussing almost every time.
Okay. We are going to move to the final questions in here because we don't have any more time, and you have probably about 2 minutes to answer about these questions. If there is any technology that creates socio-cultural changes in the society yet not wiping out the local culture, is there any technology on that? Not wiping out the local culture, but changing the socio-cultural changes?
We hope, actually. You know, you can see the location is rather far from the city center. It's a hill area. You know, the latest developments likely to locate it in the suburb area. So actually, we like to introduce more technology, and we means the local people, and me, like some professors from Kyoto University, is now discussing how to introduce new technology actually in this moment. And the culture itself is very important here. You know, Kyoto City is a culture city, you know. So the local people is moved from the Kyoto City area into this residential area. So they had such a very traditional culture too, actually. But at the same time, they like to establish new culture because this is a new place. So it is a kind of the mixed culture from the tradition and the new thing. But at the beginnings, there is almost no discussion of the technology, I say. Okay. But one thing, now we are confronting the aging. So many grandmother, grandfather, and sometimes a little bit hospitalized and disabled. This is the kind of 30 years history of the new place. We have more and more aged people. And to support the aged people, to support their traffic, and to support their life is very technological things, actually. Local community can take care by the humanized way, but at the same time, it is necessary to keep the kind of the technological support because this is a little bit remote from the city center. So we are now just discussing now automatic automobile, for example. So many people like to introduce here.
Okay. All right. We have to close here because we don't have any much time to extend. And then I thank you so much for your great presentation.
Thank you.
I love Kyoto. I'm living not far away from Kyoto, from Osaka, in your birthplace. And I will return this platform to the committee members.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
For the presentation, yes.
Yeah, please, after the corona, please visit us. I will welcome. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Monty. Yes, thank you, Professor Kanki. Please accept our digital certificate from Universitas Tarumanegara as appreciation for both of you.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Yeah, terima kasih. Once again, thank you very much and looking forward to meet you on the next event. Bye now and see you. Dr. Monty also, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Monty.
Arigato.
ありがとうございました。
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first segment of plenary session has been finished already. Now is the time for lunch break, but we still have a second segment of plenary session after lunch break at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. And please stay with us and join 15 minutes before starting. Don't go anywhere, keep staying in a Zoom connection during the lunch time.
Welcome to Hasanuddin University. Hasanuddin University is one of the best universities in Indonesia. Supported by modern facilities and information technology infrastructures. Facility of e-library is provided with various online international journals and e-books. Hasanuddin University Hospital is one of the best hospitals in the region. Not a few alumni work there. Established dental and oral hospital. Hasanuddin University Dental and Oral Hospital as a place for students of Faculty of Dentistry to practice their clinical skills. Yusuf Kala Center of Technology is a place for students of Faculty of Engineering to improve their skill by utilizing the advanced laboratory equipments. Hasanuddin University Teaching Industry is a center of excellence for downstreaming and commercialization of innovation that produced by academicians. From here, we support entrepreneurship capacity of students and academicians. One product from teaching industry is chocolate that has been delivered in the market. Hasanuddin University manages several centers of excellences to perform the university contribution for country and world development program. Maiwa Breeding Center is one of Hasanuddin University's Center of Excellences. It is a center for fattening, breeding, and also producing good quality of cow straw. Faculty of Veterinary Unit Business processes the beef from Maiwa Breeding Center to be various food products such as meatball and nuggets. Hasanuddin University affirmed its commitment as a humanuniversity in response to various humanitarian challenges and natural disaster experienced in Indonesia and around the world. Hasanuddin University community is sincerely delighted to serve and solve the nation problem. In order to provide education for all, Hasanuddin University provides scholarship for poor students and disaster victims. Hasanuddin University is the best resources for developing excellent future leaders that are competitive and character-based. With Hasanuddin University, your goal can be achieved successfully.
Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa is located in the special province of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It was established by Ki Hajar Dewantoro on 15 November 1955. He was the founding father of Taman Siswa and also the first Minister of National Education of the Republic of Indonesia. UST is currently led by Ki Professor Dr. Andes Haji Pardimin MPD, PhD.
Selamat datang di Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta, universitas yang melahirkan generasi unggul.
UST has a great vision to be one of leading Asian universities in 2025 based on Taman Siswa principles. UST has enhanced the three pillars of higher education, known as Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, into four pillars called Catur Dharma by adding the preservation and development of culture to its original pillars of higher education. UST manages 5 faculties and 1 graduate program with the accreditation A, Unggul, and B. UST is supported by professional lecturers committed to providing quality education. Local students are from 33 provinces in Indonesia. UST also has overseas students from Asian and Middle East countries. UST offers scholarships and grants for local and international students. Our students win local, national, and international competitions. Students are prepared to complete their study on time. In research, UST has achieved Utama level and for community service has also achieved level of sangat baik or very good. UST has also collaborated with many local and foreign institutions to preserve and develop culture. UST keeps expanding the mutual partnerships with local and foreign institutions. Let's achieve your bright future career with Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa. Salam tertib, damai, dan bahagia.
Mengantar langkah kecil menuju impian besar yang menjadi kenyataan. 8 fakultas di Universitas Tarumanagara dengan 29 program studi termasuk jenjang S2 dan S3 siap mendukung spirit memenangkan masa depan yang semakin ketat. We build today to win the future. Kini, UNTAR didukung lebih dari 1.000 dosen berkualitas yang turut membentuk pembangunan karakter positif atau untarian. Menghasilkan generasi pemimpin yang berintegritas, profesional, dan berjiwa wirausaha adalah komitmen kami. The future is yours to define. Universitas Tarumanagara. mengantar langkah kecil menuju impian besar yang menjadi kenyataan. 8 fakultas di Universitas Tarumanagara dengan 29 program studi termasuk jenjang S2 dan S3 siap mendukung spirit memenangkan masa depan yang semakin ketat. We build today to win the future. Kini, UNTAR didukung lebih dari 1.000 dosen berkualitas yang turut membentuk pembangunan karakter positif atau untarian. Menghasilkan generasi pemimpin yang berintegritas, profesional, dan berjiwa wirausaha adalah komitmen kami. The future is yours to define. Universitas Tarumanagara.
Universitas Trisakti merupakan salah satu universitas swasta yang terkenal dan terfavorit di Indonesia yang terletak di Grogol, Jakarta Barat. Saat ini Universitas Trisakti memiliki 45 program studi yang tersebar dalam 9 fakultas, 6 program diploma, 23 program sarjana, 12 program magister, 2 program doktor, 1 program spesialis, dan 1 program profesi yang tersebar di berbagai lokasi. Di dalam kampus A ini terdapat 7 fakultas, yakni Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan, Fakultas Teknologi Kebumian dan Energi, Fakultas Teknologi Industri, Fakultas Arsitektur Lanskap dan Teknologi Lingkungan, dan Fakultas Seni Rupa dan Desain. Selain kampus A, Universitas Trisakti memiliki kampus B di Jalan Kiai Tapa, Grogol, Jakarta Barat. Di kawasan kampus B, Universitas Trisakti, terdapat Fakultas Kedokteran dan Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi. Semua fakultas telah terakreditasi dan didukung oleh berbagai fasilitas yang lengkap dan komplit, sehingga menunjang proses perkuliahan yang komprehensif dan paripurna. Universitas Trisakti sangat fokus dan konsisten dalam bidang pendidikan. Didukung dosen yang memiliki kompetensi di bidangnya, tergambar dari dukungan puluhan guru besar dan doktor, serta tenaga pengajar yang hampir seluruhnya memiliki jenjang akademik magister atau S2 dan doktor atau S3, dan lebih dari 50% dosen memiliki sertifikasi keahlian. 100.000 lebih alumni dari berbagai fakultas di Universitas Trisakti tersebar di berbagai bidang profesi, baik pada institusi pemerintah, swasta, serta dunia usaha, baik di Indonesia maupun di mancanegara. Keberadaan alumni juga membuka akses dan kesempatan bagi mahasiswa dan alumni baru meraih masa depan gemilang.
Amidst the bustling heart of Kuala Lumpur lies an academic powerhouse with more than 5 decades of education excellence, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, TAR UC. Being one of the oldest and prestigious institutions of higher learning in Malaysia, TAR UC prides itself on its rich history and sterling academic excellence that has distinguished TAR UC as the institution of choice in the country. TAR UC's main campus in Kuala Lumpur is a full-fledged campus that is strikingly unique with its blend of historical landmarks, modern structures, and verdant greenery housed in a 171-acre land. Equipped with comprehensive facilities and amenities, the campus provides a perfect learning environment for any student. TAR UC has also established its presence in 5 other states in Malaysia, namely Penang, Perak, Johor, Pahang, and Sabah. Our standing as a reputable institute of higher learning in Malaysia earned this institution many recognitions, including the premier digital tech institution and the latest star of 5-star rating. All of TAR UC's programs are also carefully curated and constantly updated to be industry relevant and entrepreneurship focused. University-industry partnership is the main thrust of our R&D initiatives, where these initiatives allow us to work with the industries to spearhead technological innovation while addressing operational efficiency and improvement. TAR UC's academic strength extends beyond national borders, where our students are enriched and empowered through global experience. At the same time, student exchange programs via our international partnerships have attracted numerous students from all corners of the world. Progress and expansion has never steered TAR UC away from its true purpose, which is to provide quality and affordable education. Throughout the years, TAR UC has set up various financial aid options, giving deserving but underprivileged students the chance to attain a better quality of life. Lifelong bond beyond graduation is what best describes the strong bond and active engagement TAR UC has established with its alumni. As a result, the institution's alumni have been active in contributing towards the development of their alma mater to ensure many more Malaysians will benefit beyond education at TAR UC. Being one of the oldest and prestigious institutions of higher learning in Malaysia, TAR UC prides itself on its rich history and sterling academic excellence that has distinguished TAR UC as the institution of choice in the country.
Mengantar langkah kecil menuju impian besar yang menjadi kenyataan. 8 fakultas di Universitas Tarumanagara dengan 29 program studi termasuk jenjang S2 dan S3 siap mendukung spirit memenangkan masa depan yang semakin ketat. We build today to win the future. Kini UNTAR didukung lebih dari 1.000 dosen berkualitas yang turut membentuk pembangunan karakter positif atau untarian. Menghasilkan generasi pemimpin yang berintegritas, profesional, dan berjiwa wirausaha adalah komitmen kami. The future is yours to define. Universitas Tarumanagara.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have the second plenary session, and we have 2 speakers. The first is Professor Engineer Dr. Muhammad Sapwan Salid from University Putra, Malaysia, and the second is Associate Professor Engineer Yapci Beng PhD from Universitas Tarumanagara. For this section, very sorry we have no question and answer session. So now we are going to hear the first speaker. Professor Salid is a professor at the Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, University Putra, Malaysia. In 1998, he got PhD in Materials Engineering from Montfort University, Leicester, UK. And Professor Salid is now the head of Laboratory and Biocomposite Technology, Institute of Tropical Forestry and Forest Products at University Putra, Malaysia. He also has been appointed as visiting professor in various universities. Some of his areas of interest are composite materials, natural fiber composites, concurrent engineering, design for sustainable, and etc. Okay, now we are going to listen the first speaker, Professor Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Sapwan Salid.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Muhammad Sapwan bin Salid. I'm from University Putra, Malaysia. Today I would like to talk about the title of my presentation, which is characterization of nanocellulose fiber reinforced starch biopolymer composite. This is a plenary lecture during this International Conference on Applied Science, Technology and Engineering, ICASTE, organized by Universitas Tarumanagara, Jakarta, Indonesia. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to deliver this lecture. So this is the outline of my lecture today. First, I will start with introduction and some explanation about natural fibers and about biopolymers and nanocellulose and biopackaging application, and I will conclude my lecture. So biocomposite, or another term is natural fiber composite, is highly potential substitute materials for synthetic composite and traditional engineering materials. The advantages includes low cost, low weight, and sustainable is derived from sustainable resources, which are renewables and recyclables. However, mostly they are applied for the non-structural product due to lower metal structure properties. For instance, the strength and stiffness properties. So, in order to solve that problem, the designers use some innovative product design approach in leveraging the biocomposite properties, which help increase the application to a wider range of products, especially involving higher load-bearing requirement. Natural fibers is a fiber which grows or develop and come from natural resources like plant and animals. And this is the example of the natural fiber from roselle, from the hyacinth, coconut, from banana, and oil palm and paddy, and these are other fibers also being reported like kenaf, the sugar cane, cassava, roselle, betel-nut, pineapple leaf, date palm, durian skin, cocoa pod, sugar palm, rice husk, and seaweed. So natural fiber polymer composite, comprise matrix and reinforcement as the main constituent. And for matrix, we can divide into some important classification like thermoplastic, thermoset, and now in this lecture I want to introduce biopolymers. And whereas the reinforcement, they are divided into the way how the fiber are arranged, like discontinuous or continuous. And the materials of reinforcement for natural fiber includes what has been mentioned earlier. So natural fiber has been used in composite materials because of low cost, renewables, biodegradables, and mainly environmental friendly. And this is some effort to replace glass fiber. And Malaysia has abundant sources of the plant fibers, and we observe that it's underutilized. So they are good alternative material to produce biocomposite product and reduce dependence on timber which is now facing the problem of deforestation. So also the expert making some innovative approach in design to improve the strength and stiffness properties of biocomposite by hybridization, the ribbing structure, laminating, sandwich structure. Advantages of natural fiber to synthetic fiber in terms of density, it is lightweight, cost is relatively low cost, and it is widely distributed, and it is biodegradable. And if we focus on this kenaf, which is mainly now very important in Malaysia, the tensile strength is 295 megapascal, which is really comparable to like oil pump, which is 248 megapascal in terms of tensile strength. And this is the example of different form of fibers, continuous fibers of pineapples, leaf, woven jute fibers, and continuous kenaf fibers. And I focus here on sugar palm because this is one of the product or really research that we mostly carried out in our research group. I think it's available a lot in Indonesia, which is called aren. And this is the sugar palm fiber. And we have done a lot of work on sugar palm fiber by having the fiber from sugar palm as well as the polymer from sugar palm, which is in the form of sugar palm fiber, sugar palm cellulose, and sugar palm nanocrystalline cellulose, and sugar palm nanofibrillated cellulose. Okay, the second part is on biopolymer, which is really the matrix, that one of the constituent of the biopolymer composite, and can be divided into biorenewables and biomaterial and biodegradables. This is an example, major classification. Renewable, it's taken from renewable resources like from polylactic acid, starch, cellulose, or from petroleum resources like aliphatic polyester, polyester amide. Okay, the application of biocomposite, first, we have this source from plant and animals to produce biofiber and green polymer, mix them to produce biocomposite, and we apply them and composting them. Again, there's a cycle, the life cycle. And nanocellulose composite is one class of natural fiber composite where the fiber is from in the form of nanocellulose, and they are either in the form of nanocrystal or cellulose nanofiber reinforced polymer metric composite. And this is how they are classified. And nanocellulose can be taken from plant-based or bacterial-based. The plant-based is from cellulose nanofiber, cellulose nanocrystal, and bacterial BNC. And this is one of the effort in our research group to make 100% bio-based polymer composite from the sugar palm tree, which is the fiber is taken from the sugar palm, the black fiber there, and as well as the starch is taken from the from the plant itself. So we process them, we harvest the starch and wash and filter, mix with a plasticizer, in this case sorbitol and glycerol, and to produce the biopolymer, we mix them with nanocellulose initially from the fiber from the sugar palm, and we do kind of some processes like using high pressure homogenizer, and to form the sugar palm nanocellulose reinforced sugar palm starch using solution casting. And this is the process in further detail. We have sugar palm tree, and we produce the sugar palm fiber, and then cellulose fiber, and finally we form the nanocellulose fiber from sugar palm. And the application, the advanced application of bio nanocomposite includes in the different industries like the use in solar panels, in car component, in plane component, medical pharmaceuticals, in cosmetic, batteries, supercapacities, plastic furniture, and in large screen. And in biomedicals, they are used as a scaffold, drug delivery, biosensor, and diagnostic, medical implant, antimicrobial membranes, tissue skin tissue repair and vascular graft. And these are the 3D printing human chondrocytes with the nanocellulose, and they are used also in battery and device and other application, as binder and separator in battery application, as flexible organic light emitting diode display as a conducting materials. And in our neighboring countries, they work on the transparent conductive nanocellulose paper and stretchable photonic device. And most importantly, they are used in food packaging. The demand for antimicrobial activity packaging is escalating. The health and environmental issue caused by the non-biodegradable food packaging, and that's why we introduced nanocrystal cellulose serve as a promising candidate for bio-nanocomposite. Actually, this is written here, essential oil, because one of our work is to incorporate the essential oil in a food packaging to prevent activity of bacteria and fungi. And this is the some of the biopackaging for food application that we have performed. And this is not the work which is really totally out of, I mean the topic that we discussed earlier is on design. And we carried out on conceptual design and selection of natural fiber reinforced biopolymer composite for take-out food container. Still under biopolymer composite, but the approach are different. This time using the design approach, and the approach has, using the analytical hierarchy process for decision making to select the best concept of the natural fiber biopolymer composite food container. And of course, in this kind of work, we have to come up with concept and develop the product specification and come and propose the best solution. And this is some of the activity related to that. Okay, the research on active packaging, especially made from nanocellulose reinforced starch composite, produce bioactive packaging that has a great potential to improve food quality and safety during food storage. And see, this is the example of the sugar palm starch biopolymer for packaging application. And we published the work in a carbohydrate polymers. My PhD student, this work is highly cited, in Q1 journal. And this is some of the result and SEM of raw sugar palm bleach fiber, sugar palm cellulose, and sugar palm nanocellulose, different views. And this is the fracture space water higher chain nanocellulose, which is, the other work, but it is in a similar nature. And starch-based polymer composite incorporated with essential oil. This is one of our recent work. We just include the essential oil in the biocomposite for packaging, and we use the cinnamons and we carried out the mechanical and barrier properties of antimicrobial agent incorporated starch biopolymer composite. And this is really the kind of review that we perform. And in our work, we work with the sugar palm starch as the polymer and the sugar palm nanocrystalline cellulose as the fiber, with the cinnamon essential oil. And we produce using solvent casting method. This is the schematic of the process. From the sugar palm plant, we derive the extract, the nanocellulose, and from the plant itself, we get the starch, and we put some kind of the plasticizer and mix with the essential oil to make the packaging. And this is the mechanism of the composite, which include the nanocellulose, plasticizer, cinnamon, essential oil, and starch. We mix them and to produce the biocomposite. This is the example of the product, and we publish in a good journal on the antimicrobial properties of the biocomposite incorporated with essential oil from cinnamon. And these are again the flow chart of the work, and this is some of the result on the unplasticized film sugar palm starch. But when the starch is plasticized, the quality become improved, And you see, when we increase even the glycerol content, the quality even better. And we carried out the SEM studies, and we found that there's some agglomeration took place. And this is really the result, of the antimicrobial properties of starch-based polymer film incorporated with antimicrobial plant essential oil. And some finding here, the visual appearance of the obtained nano-composite film was described in the earlier figure, and all the film were a kind of brownish and transparent in color. The microstructure of the film surface was investigated to assess the impact on morphological surface. Higher content of plasticizer, which was 4.5%, caused the film surface has agglomerated area, which is being circled earlier. In contrast with the glycerol sorbitol plasticizer film, that the film will release the EO essential oil on the surface that caused the film moist. There was an oil spot observed in glycerol sorbitol 4.1 film. In fact, plasticizers with the new optimum amount of the starch-based film improved the complete solubilization of starch granule and improved the smoothness of the film surface. Okay, I think this work is quite detailed. I think skip this one, and this is the result of the water absorption of sugar palm starch, sugar palm nanocellulose composite incorporated with the nanocellulose film, nanocomposite film. See, this is the result of different, the water absorption at different the percentage of glycerol and sorbitols as plasticizer. Okay, I think I will skip this one. Okay, because I'm only given 15-20 minutes, so I would like to close my presentation by sharing some of the recent publication that we have in the area of biocomposite, published by different publishers in the world, international publishers, and they are available in Amazon if you like to buy. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude: natural fiber-based product from forests and agriculture waste have huge potential to be developed to replace product made from conventional material like woods and plastic. Due to the environmentally friendly and antimicrobial property, essential oil starch-based film has the potential to be used in food packaging product application. Application for bio-based product are used such as in food packaging, automotive, aeronautics, and biomedical engineering. And of course, collaboration work is always welcome. I would like to thank Universitas Tarumanagara for the invitation. And if you have any question, you can always contact me in that mobile number or in my email address. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sapwan from University Putra Malaysia. So now we have a digital certificate for you for the appreciation from us. Yeah. Okay, thank you once again. Now we are going to the second speaker. We have Associate Professor Insinyur Yapchibeng, PhD from Universitas Tarumanagara. Associate Professor Insinyur Yapchibeng, PhD, received his PhD in Information System and Organizational Learning from UNSW Business School, Sydney. He is the Director of the Institute of Research and Community Engagement, Universitas Tarumanagara. He is a member of Association for Information System, Australian Association for Information System, and American Psychological Association. He has received a number of outstanding grants for his research and also frequently conducts interdisciplinary research. His research interest includes in technology, acceptance, organizational behavior, and educational psychology topic. Okay, now we are going to listen Associate Professor Insinyur Yapchibeng.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my presentations. I'd like, first of all, to thank the organizer for inviting me as a plenary speaker for this seminar. I will be presenting my topic with the title, Information Technology Instigate for HRD in Developing Countries, a short view in Indonesia. This presentation can be considered as a complement for the topic presented by keynote speaker Dr. Sebastian, which looking at broader and deeper perspectives. My presentation is more like an action research to directly propose to solve the local or regional problems in HR. This is my short CV. For the introduction, I will talk about Industry 4, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and more. And we also currently know the disruptive technology, which change happen extremely fast. Not everyone is able to appropriately deal with these rapid changes. Now, the question is, will disruptive technology be the cause of unemployment for many people? It seems that the answer is not necessarily. Most theory regarding HR were developed at a time when information technology had not yet reached its current status. Some consultants still use outdated concepts or lock up, confine, and sometimes create arbitrary solutions based on arbitrary concepts. Therefore, a different and dynamic approach in HR is needed. I will start with human resources condition in urban and rural area with its ecosystem cases in Indonesia. Current human resources condition in urban and rural area, Indonesia is currently more of a technological user, not a technology creator, and with plenty of unskilled workers. But with the existence of friendly technology, especially in information technology, there are all sorts of solutions for creating new jobs. I will give you an example. Current ecosystem based on local situation and local wisdom for mainly urban areas. Gojek. Gojek is a disruptive innovation that managed to provide jobs to more than 2 million relatively unskilled workers, like a driver, motorcycle driver. They employ more than 2 million people. And also with business partner, starting from street food to restaurant, they have around 900,000 plus business partner. This is the data from Gojek 2022. Example 2. This is also for urban and rural area. Tokopedia. It is an intervenient technology that provides opportunity for micro, small, and medium enterprises from various locations to enter the market in big cities. Currently, this is the concept that best fits the existing conditions, especially in Indonesia. The product that was sold in this system is around 550 million, and the merchants currently reach more than 12 million. This is the data from Tokopedia 2022. Now we move to a simple ecosystem based on the local situation and local wisdom in rural area and mountainous area. This is the local vacation spots originally developed by local people, the tea plantation pickers. Through a smartphone, the shop owner can be contacted to provide a place for tourists who will visit their shop in the remote area, in this case, tea plantations. Smartphone with 3G or 4G networking connect everything rapidly. In these three plantations, some of the people working here managed to open this some sort of, we call it cafe, tea cafe. They have around 50 shops around here by local people. Now, in the long term, there is a need to adapt with the new changes. Therefore, it is necessary to create a solutions that already exist, hopefully before the change occurs. Previous education system in Indonesia has not accommodated the creation of many disruptive innovators in urban areas. I believe this is not only happening in Indonesia, but in other countries as well. We need to start a solution. And in this presentation, I will focus on the education transformation in bachelor level at the university as part of the proposed solution. I would argue that potential technology innovator currently is university students. And in Indonesia, data shows that the number of university students in 2021 is around 7.6 million. This is the data from State Statistic Office at 2021. We are facing present base for future human resources. If we are using Latour approach, which states that humans are part of disruptive technology, this is a normal model from actor network theory by Latour. Disruptive technology is ever present and unpredictable. Human can set disruptive solutions. Even the disruptive innovation is directed at these solutions. Now, what are the solutions to the problem caused by disruptive technology? Our research shows that we need an optimistic view, and then disruptive innovation also means job creations. Based on local wisdom, it is necessary to create disruptive innovation that turn potentially damaging disruptive technology into achieving useful result. Creating model need to be ecosystem based on local situation and local wisdom. There are people who are able to create something ahead of time. Local innovation that consider local needs and wisdom are required, which lead to unlimited possibility. Despite unlimited threat and disruption, there are also unlimited possibilities. Who are the human resources that play the role in the ecosystem? One of the most potential human resources, as I stated before, is the students in collaboration with the lecturers in university. How do we create the ecosystem? Technical skills alone are not enough to serve as provision for students to become movers. Problems in the field are different from the problems discussed in the formal learning process in higher education. We can see this even in the information system textbook the writer create the new edition every 1 or 2 years. And if we look at the past edition, say like 3, 4, or 5 years ago, it's already different. So we have some problem and also some opportunities. We have what we call MBKM as one option for solution. This is, I will explain later in the next slide. One of the proposed solutions is field education for students. Programs that serve as training ground for students to become mover are students need to learn to conduct collaborative work in multidiscipline manner. So students with different background will work together. This is fit to the theory of Vygotsky, Karl Weick, Brown, and Duguid. And students need to conduct MBKM activities, which in the short term is, we call it a freedom of learning for everyone. Students need to carry out more field research and community engagement activities, as shown in this picture. If you look at this picture, this is students from different background doing field research, testing primary students, different background and different university. This is the team here. And theoretical model for collaborative working, we are based on the theory of social theory of mind from Vygotsky. And then we need to do research for solving problem using the retrospective sense making to create a collective mind. This is Karl Weick proposed theory. And then Brown and Duguid is the researcher formerly in Xerox. They applied situated learning or learning working innovation. Formerly, this is only applied for industrial corporations, but nowadays I would propose that all college students, university students should follow this way of works. And this one, collective mind, firstly, Karl Weick proposed it in the military area, like an aircraft carrier. But now in the Industry 4 time, we are like in a big ship and connected with all IT stuff. So it's more like aircraft carrier in a small scale, of course, or even in the larger scale. The model of HR ecosystem, I'm proposing like this, with the center is this one, the previous model. And I always talk about MBKM. MBKM is a new national approach for university students, bachelor programs in Indonesia. It just started last year, which require 2-3 semesters of full-time study or working out of their program. So it's not in their program, but they need to go out for this. Now, the conclusion is it is necessary to create an environment that is based on technology theme. HR training that can utilize technology is required, which allow the ability to adapt and become disruptive innovator. Student could be the technological innovator for the ecosystem network, which is based on local wisdom and local situation. Every place, if you are living in a large country, they have a different local wisdom and different local situations. This is references, and thank you.
Thank you very much for Associate Professor Insinyur Yap Chibeng MMSI, PhD. And now the certificate from Universitas Tarumanegara. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session has been finished already. Before starting the parallel session, we have 15 minutes for preparation to join the room that you will be assigned from committee. You may check the room list of presenter and follow the direction that we have already mentioned before. Its presenter is given 8 minutes maximum to present the result of the research. Q&A session will be held after all presenters present. During the presentation, please open the camera and turn off the microphone. After the parallel session finishes, the participants, moderator, and speakers join the photo session. If you need an assistant, please contact our committee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the parallel session. On behalf of Universitas Tarumanegara, we would like to say thank you for joining this conference. Special thanks to our co-organizer, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Universitas Trisakti, Universitas Hasanuddin, and Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa. All presenters, participants, all committee who supported and contributing for making this conference running well. We apologize if there are any uncomfortable conditions during this conference, and we are looking forward to meet you in the same event. Stay healthy, stay safe, and God bless you. Goodbye.
Mengantar langkah kecil menuju impian besar yang menjadi kenyataan. 8 fakultas di Universitas Tarumanegara dengan 29 program studi termasuk jenjang S2 dan S3 siap mendukung